Yikes. Yikes. It is a Friday. A Friday. It is the end of the week. It is the end of the week. It's the end of the weekdays, that's true, Ninja. It's the end of the weekdays. End of the working week. We are moving into the weekend. I am super excited about checking out some Star Citizen news because apparently, again, I've been a little bit out of the loop. Mr. Potato, how are you? Mr. Acorn, welcome. As usual, I'm a little bit out of the loop. You know, I've been super tired this week. I don't know why. I haven't done any overtime or any outrageous, amounts of work. I've just been super tired. I think the whole selling of our warehouses got me a little bit stressed and anxious, and there's still things that I need to do there, and I've been sort of, my ADHD has been kicking my ass and sending me to sleep. Well, the opposite of sending me to sleep. What is going on? There's a crumpet.
Janet, look.
Oh, the crumpet is here. So apparently, we've had some news, and I've seen a few clips on the old YouTube. Skeet, my friend. Yo, old Sevens, how are you? I've seen a few clips on the old YouTube that I haven't watched yet. People seem to be upset. Well, I've watched a little bit, tad bits here and there. But people seem to be upset about this whole new item recovery that CIG have announced. The crumpet's here. The ninja's here.
You have a light. You have...
What? What's the cyclone called? Cyclone Albert? Is it Albert or Alfred?
What? Oh my god. It's leaking.
Anthony Dutton. Albanese.
Oh my god.
Oh, Anthony. Yeah. Anthony Albanese. He's our prime minister.
Yeah, they changed because
Guys.
Yeah, that's right.
Biffy, look.
What is that?
Oh, the rope.
Oh, these girls are out of control. Good morning, CT. How are you, my friend? All right. A little bit of chill rock mining. Before we get into things, let's get some music on. Yeah, so Sexy Potato, the thing where you can regain your lost loot. Exactly. I don't know what people are upset about. I've just seen a lot of things where people are saying that CIG is taken things too far now. I have briefly looked through the Spectrum post. I'm going to have another look at it because I haven't looked through it properly. We need to get some tunes on. Oh god, why do I have to sign in? Does anyone know what my password is? It's very quiet. But we need some sound. Let's log into the old Epidemic sound. Do we go with the suspense playlist we had running on the weekend? Or do we choose something different? Because the whole suspense playlist from last week wasn't amazing. Rusty Nuts on YouTube, how are you, my friend? A Hergel Quirter. There's lots of different sorts of Quirtlers. And the Hergel Quirtler is, I reckon it would rank up there amongst the best. Let's put on a mysterious playlist. Because right now, there is a little bit of mystery involved here, and I'm going to slowly dig into that. Shall we call it a quagmire, if we will, as we do a little bit of chill rock mining while I'm dressed up like an Imperial Fist from Warhammer 40k. God, I look good. You know how we do, though. You know how we do. As we have this slow build. It's a very slow build. We start every stream here with a ham and cheese sandwich in chocolate form. It is the good old Tim Tam from Arnott's. Still waiting for my sponsorship. What is a Tim Tam? As always, I hear nobody asking, and several people saying, not again, not again, must we do this? Crouch at the beginning of every stream. Really? Do we have to? The answer is yes. Why? Because it sets the tone. It sets the tone for a delicious evening. It is 2 chocolate biscuits with a little bit of chocolate in the middle. all wrapped up in chocolate. We're going to use this chocolate biscuit, the best biscuit in the world, just like a straw. It's going to be a chocolate biscuit straw. And we're going to use that to slurp up our hot chocolate. A little bit more chocolate for our chocolate. Why not? Can't have too much chocolate. Now, of course, there are no rules here. You could use whatever drink that you like. Cup of tea, chocolate, coffee. Mulled wine, if you will. The only key to this is to bite off the opposite corners. It's going to expose the inside of this biscuit and allow us to use it as the previously said biscuit straw to slurp up our drink. It's going to melt the inside of this biscuit and turn it into a delicious gooey chocolatey mess. We're going to shove it in our cake hole. It's going to be entirely delicious, and we're going to get on with a little bit of Star Citizen. Have I done any of the supply or die missions, Skeet? I haven't. I haven't even finished chapter 2. Apparently we've got the whole of March. It's been extended until March. I don't know if the Tim Tam or the Tim Tam or die missions. I don't know if the supply or die missions finish at the end of March. The Tim Tam has a hole in it. It doth not work. I didn't check. Now, let this be a lesson to all of you out there who are beginning your journey on the old Tim Tam Slams. It is critically important that your straw only has one hole in it. Well, two, depends. I mean, let's not get into the whole debate of whether a straw has two holes or one. But this corner, if there's any holes in the chocolate anywhere, it's going to let air in through that hole, and thus, therefore, you're not going to have the whole vacuum effect of a straw, right? And it's not going to work. So just do a quick evaluation of your Tim Tam to make sure that it is hole-free. And if it's not hole-free, just enjoy that Tim Tam as like a regular Tim Tam. Like let's not, be sort of discriminatory to the rest of the family. Enjoy that Tim Tam, and then get another one and inspect it. Does it have any holes? And if it doesn't, then my friends, prepare that biscuit as previously aforementioned by biting off the opposite corners. Oh boy, so good. It is honestly one of the best things in the world, and I shall never be I shall never be ashamed to spruik my Tim Tam Slams. A la Skeet's comment about my Tim Tam commercial. Still waiting in a sponsorship. Metaphysical, how are you, my friends? Skeet, Acorn, and chat. And of course, our maestro for the night, Tim Tam Sam, aka Crouch. I cannot cover the hole with my finger. That happens on a different website. Let's jump in. Alright, so we're dressed up like an Imperial Fist from ye old Warhammer 40k, if you just know what it is. I think I was doing some combat missions on the weekend, running around doing some bunkers. Who knows what I was up to? I don't remember. I don't remember what happened 2 days ago. All I currently am aware of, it is the weekend, it is Friday. The Crumpet is here, the Ninja is here. My wife has found a new show that she's enjoying, which I watched a little bit of. It was quite nice. Normally she's into like the really... What's that, no? The what? The Traders? No, I think it's called Running Point. She's normally into the whole murder mysteries and just the sadness. Yeah, this one, Running Point, about a family that owns a basketball team called the Waves. Alright, how is everybody? What's going on? Metaphysical, you had so much fun playing Star Citizen today. Not trying to buy copper, forget it. Queued for over an hour for no results. So I went to Pyro and mine tin and ice. Oh yeah, we did a little bit of prospecting, didn't we? How unfortunate would it be to get a Tim Tam packet full of Tim Tams with holes? Luckily, it's a rarity. It's a rarity. Skeet, you're sitting on 600 SCU of tin and 900 of pressurized ice. Did you mine those, Skeet? Please tell me you mined those. Skeet, share the mission with Crouch. Alright. You already got level 2, you're working on level 3, you think? I don't even know where I am. I think I'm obviously at some refinery. Oh yeah, I must be at some refinery, right? If I'm the last thing I remember doing was being out in the prospector. Are you camped out and region hopped? Okay, so you bought it all from a... You can buy it, can you, from a terminal, the pressurized ice? Nope, this is the wrong place. This looks like a refinery. Oh, let's go to the refinery. Oh, hang on, actually. I don't know, let's check this out. Now that we're here at the refinery, can we actually move things to our warehouse? Or do we still need to move them to a ship? You're buying tin at Magnus and ice at Megumi. Man, I think if you tried to mine it all, unless you were in like a really big group of organized miners, then I don't think you'd be able to mine enough of it fast enough before the event ended. This is their ploy to get everyone to spend all their cash buck dollary dues. But that doesn't make sense because we're going to get a whole bunch more cash buck dollary dues when you complete the mission, say. Begin. Work order complete. Select storage option. Oh, that's a bummer. See, we can't move it to our warehouse. So we can only really move it to a ship, hey? Well, that's a... Whoever was... Okay, that's an oversight. When they were doing the whole freight elevator and warehouse situation. So I am currently... obviously in Stanton. Where am I? Map. I'm at Green Glade Station. And I don't think I'll see the Phase 2 missions here for Chapter 2. Still haven't finished Chapter 2. Yet, well, I don't know. Do you guys think that... Well, actually, I guess you should have to, right? Because I was going to say, should I be seeing Chapter 3 missions even though I haven't finished Chapter 2? And of course the answer is yes, right? What happened if I didn't do Chapter 2? Maybe I wasn't around in Star Citizen for Chapter 2, and I log in and I create a new account and Chapter 3 is running, and I'm like, I want to get involved in Chapter 3, but they're like, no, Crouch. You haven't been here from the beginning, noob. No Chapter 3 for you. Then that would be a little bit rude, right? Deliver 62 SCU of Deliver 62 SCU of Detatrine to Obituary. The good news is that depots across the system are offering Detatrine at rock bottom prices. Alright, let's get out of here. Metaphysical, you tripped over a nasty bug. When you move resources from the refinery to your ship, you can get them glued to the grid. Only option then is to soft death the ship and collect it. Well, that doesn't sound like an enjoyable experience. Move your refinery orders in small quantities. Let's go. Yeah, the ability to move refined or completed jobs from the refinery to your warehouse, and perhaps at that stage, although I would prefer it to be the second option, which I'll mention shortly, specify I want my goodies in 4 SCU boxes, please. But obviously what would be preferable is when you're getting those sorts of commodities out of your warehouse, instead of it saying you've got 112 1 SCU boxes in your inventory, in your warehouse, it simply says you've got 112 SCU of gold in your warehouse. How, sir, would you like to have it, delivered to you? What did Mum say? Do not be in bed past midnight. Midnight? I don't think you should be able to have a smile that big.
What you said?
Yeah, I see what's going on here.
Gotcha.
Tricky. An NPC just walked through the flower bed. That's because they're magical. That guy Cross is double teaming tonight on YouTube and the old Twitcheroo. Alright, let's get ourselves the old Nomad, hey? I think I want to do a little bit of rock mining in the old Nomad. We'll see how it performs. Whether we end up with the situation where the rock starts falling through the Nomad. Oh, you know what we're going to have to do? We're going to have to make a quick detour, right? Because of 4.0.2. I really haven't been playing a great deal, actually. We're going to have to duck down to Lawville, where all of our stuff is stored. And go collect ourselves a storage container. And there's no specific plan. You know, once we get out and about, I do want to have we'll bring up the Spectrum post, we'll have a bit of a discussion about this item recovery. Good night. Okay. Good night, Crumpet. And we'll have a bit of a look at this item recovery situation. Now, they have outlined the progression of the feature from tier 0, I think, out to tier 3 or something. Tier 2, maybe. Now, are we going to start the night with a whole rebinding of keys? No. I have not, after having complained so much about it last week, gone through and set up my my keybinds properly. I think that my joysticks are actually plugged directly into the motherboard, so I don't know why they're switching around. But I've done nothing. I've done nothing about it. Oh, I've just realised, you know who we don't have with us at the moment? Can anyone guess who's currently not aboard? Now, where are we going? Where are we going, hey? Do we go out to Pyro? Maybe we go to Pyro. I can see if we can do some of the Phase 2 stuff as a little interim breaks between some rock mining. Set a course for Lawville.
The star map is being updated, sir.
Obstructed, hey? Endless Odyssey Station. I never spend any time up at Microtech. Maybe I should go up there and spend some time there, hey? Set a course for Lawville.
Acknowledged.
It no worky. Would I like to do some co-op rock mining? Yeah, maybe we can do that. Maybe we can do that. We'll get in the old Discord. Right. I think... Let me get myself situated. Get ourselves a rock. We'll get ourselves a box. We'll jump into the old Discord, you know, a little later. I do want to have a look at this item recovery stuff. We can have a discussion about that. But first, let's get ourselves situated. I think we'll head on over to Pyro.
Quest?
The Jealous Cross.
I'm already on a quest.
Questing. Man, it has been such a long time since we've had an episode of A Life Uncharted. Such a long time. I really would like to sit down and do some work on the rules. I really want to flesh things out. And I think, you know, it'd be so nice to have like a wipe feature. Like a new game, right? Like when you're playing a game, you like start a new save and start again from the beginning. That would be a very nice feature to have. Just wipe my account. Send me back to the beginning. Send me back to the start. Now, we're a long way away from, you know, the Star Citizen that will be in the future. And between now and then, man, the cloud cover right now is super low. Between now and then, it'd be nice to, you know, flesh out that system, which will obviously become redundant, hopefully, at some stage in the future. But to do that, it'd be nice to have like a, you know, a start again point. Outside of having, you know, multiple alt accounts. I guess I could start again from the beginning. All I just need to do is just get rid of all my stuff, right? And that sends me kind of back to the beginning, yeah? Because we're not too fussed about reputation or anything like that. It's mostly just about stuff. You're jealous? It's 22 degrees in Melbourne, but only 1 degree there. It's only 7 degrees in this room, but the heater is doing its thing. Skate, it did used to be the Friday thing to do, didn't it? The community activities on a Friday, that's right. We'll get back to it. Let's get back to it. Look at this guy landing in his hangar. Yeah, I've been pretty bad with the schedule, haven't I? I've been pretty bad with the schedule. It is very much ad hoc. I wonder if this guy's going to try and land in my hangar. Nah, he's busy in his own hangar. Alright, now we begin the play around. Bringing up rocks, storing ships, bringing ships back up. Getting boxes. Alright. Containers, hey. Let's grab ourselves. Should we get 2 containers? What's going on here? Alright, let's get these containers. Let's get ourselves a rock. I want to get out to Pyro. I think we'll go out to Pyro. We might as well... Do we want to just float around on Ignis? Honestly, I just wish there was like a dozen different gems to mine. And they're all clustered together and mixed up. And, you know, I've spoken about this so many times. But it's chill tonight. We're going chill. We are going chill. Let me, whilst this is sorting itself out, bring up the Spectrum post, eh? We'll have a bit of a look-see. Rocks, Grey Cat Rock. Let's get one delivered. I think we'll put out a custom paint on it. Just do Tinder and Ice Mining, we'll still love you. Alright, let's I want to be an ironmonger, man. We all know this. No, that's the Nomad. Okay, let's... What have we got on? Let's get the old Gypsy Queen colours back on the Nomad while we're here. The Rock. Quicksilver, Harvester, the Hadanite livery, or the Black Cherry. I think we go Hadanite, right? Alright, lovely. Metaphysical, you've mugged yourself in Pyro a couple of times. I've mugged myself in Pyro a couple of times. Got mugged twice in clusters too. How did you mug yourself? Alright, let's get this rock up. Let's go have a look. And Spectrum, hey? Crashed into space station, so what good old space station crash? It's not going to be under patch notes, is it? Where is it? It's going to be under... maybe it is going to be under patch notes, right? Because there's a 4.2 patch, is there a 4.1 patch? I think I saw that there's a 4.1 patch in the PTU or something. I'm so out of the loop. You get anxious because it's Murder Hobo Central and more mistakes are made. You got mugged coming into Checkmate once and had to do a runner and switch servers once. Uh-oh. Okay, so Rhino's posted something on the Discord too. Ground vehicle mining and FPS mining update. Let's have a quick look at this too, hey? In preparation for future systems, we have started to prepare the ground vehicle mining and FPS mining gameplay to fit our goals. We split out FPS minables, Aphorite, Dolomite and Hadanite, to not be the minables you'll be looking for anymore when you are going mining with your ground vehicle miners, like the ROC. Instead, there are now new minables that are exclusive to the ground vehicles and FPS miners separately. They are now categorized as beginner minables, each with their own additional difficulty rating. So immediately already, I don't like the fact that they're splitting out the minables. Again, all you're doing is dividing. You want to bring together all the different gameplay features so that people can have, you know, a combined arms experience, if you will. Having a group activity, like people have mentioned in the chat, you know, let's get involved and do some group mining, where, you know, you can have people in vehicles, you can have people scouting, you can have, you know, support people, you know, mining the hand minables in a cluster. If you're in a cluster of, let's say, Dolavine, right, and in the middle of that cluster are a couple of small hand mineable nodes of diamonds or whatever, and you're like, okay, well, you know, I obviously can't mine those with my rock because we're going to destroy them, but, you know, those are minerals that I want here in this cluster. Bring out the hand miners, you know. Updated adjustments to ground vehicle minables. Beridon is an easy beginner mineable. Glassosite, medium beginner mineable. Fane Malign, hard beginner mineable. And something that's redacted, which is a medium expert mineable. Again, I don't like this. Again, I don't like this. Having different minables or minerals allocated as beginner, medium, and expert takes away from some really interesting gameplay. Any of these should be mineable by anybody. But what determines whether you're a... I mean, how are they determining a beginner? You know, rock mining isn't terribly difficult, right? You point the laser, you click, you dial it up until it hits the green, and then you stop and wait. How are they going to differentiate beginner, medium, and expert? The only way that you can do that is by allowing people to A, fiddle with the hardware. So obviously you can't mine something that's at an expert level if your rock doesn't have the required hardware. And B, allowing the user to manipulate that hardware to determine the output. Just dividing them into beginner, medium, and you know, hard, beginner, expert, whatever levels is just nonsense talk. Updated adjustments to FPS hand minables. Aphorite, easy beginner mineable. Dolavine, medium beginner mineable. Hadonite, hard beginner mineable. Janelite, medium expert mineable. And redacted. So why even fucking put the redacted in there? It's nonsense. Do you think that's going to make me excited after what you've just been through? In addition to the changes to the minables themselves, there are now also 4 dedicated mining heads for the rock that can be bought and exchanged. Now that's interesting, and I do like that, and it does go some way to, you know, allaying some concerns about this whole breaking up of, you know, easy, medium, and hard and stuff. The size 0 mining heads come with their own bespoke balancing and give benefits for instability reduction.
Num-nums can't get enough Tim Tam slams. They've been subscribed for 3 months. So goddamned excited crouch. So very much indeed.
So very much indeed. Thank you, mate. I appreciate the resubbing up there, Chewy Num-nums. These size 0 mining heads come with their own bespoke balancing. Okay, interesting. And give benefits for instability. Their own bespoke balancing. Okay, I get you. For instability reduction, resistance reduction, optimal charging window parameters, laser power, and more. Further descriptions for these items will be in the shops. The shops don't provide much description or detail, so we can exchange what it says there in brackets for, you know, third-party websites. Okay, well, I'm just going to close the door real quick. Hang on. So, I do like that the rock's going to have some, you know, interchangeable mining heads, 4 dedicated mining heads. These size 0 mining heads come with their own bespoke balancing. Okay, so it's a specific laser head, so we don't get to manipulate things on the fly. depending on the situation that's in front of us. Outside of, I suppose, having those other laser heads in your ship, and then going, okay, I've come across, an expert, a medium expert mineable, and therefore I'm going to need this type of laser head. So, the only thing that's interesting me, got me interested there is the last two sentences. The interchangeable mining heads, so 4 different mining heads for the ROC, and I guess that's it, because the other one is just a flow-on, right? Each of them has a bespoke balancing effect. Okay. Let's have a quick look here. I need to find this post, right, on item recovery. Where the hell is the post, man? There's a Hadanite skin for the ROC, which can no longer mine Hattie. Well, is that what that post said? Let me go back into that. Is that what they said? Their updated adjustments to ground vehicle minables. So these are the ground vehicle minables, right? And so they've moved Aphrite, Dolomite, and Hadanite into the FPS category, have they? Is that what they're saying? So that the current things that we're mining right now, Aphrite, Dolomite, and Hadanite, are now hand minables, and they're bringing in new ground vehicle minables. So we're no longer looking for Hadanite, right? When this comes around, we're going to be looking for that last one, Phenomeline. Phenomeline? Is that what that says? It's kind of small and... It's a brave new world. I don't know where this post on Spectrum is. I guess if we go into official news updates, this will make things a bit easier for us. Ibukati patch notes. This is where I saw it, right? Item recovery. So here we go. First look at item recovery. Your USAD brain would call it fine, Malene. No, that sounds way better. Okay, so first look at item recovery. As we prepare for the Ibukati testing of our upcoming 4.1 patch, we'd like to introduce the iterative release plan for item recovery, a long-awaited system that gives players more control over reclaiming their valuable gear after death. At Citizen 2954, we shared our long-term design for crafting, insurance, and item ship recovery. If you need a refresher, both presentations are available on YouTube and will be helpful watch before diving into this post. Today we want to provide a more detailed breakdown of some of the iterative releases that will start to bring these plans to life. Okay, let's jump in here real quick so we don't... Oh, you know what we're going to need? I don't think I've got one on me. Oh, I do. I'm going to need one of these. So we can move our boxes and stuff around. So I don't think the ROC's going to be useless. They're just changing what we can mine with the ROC, right? I must confess that I am disappointed. I am disappointed. I've spoken at length multiple times about how, I would like to see ROC mining develop. And, maybe I'll be proved pleasantly wrong. When we get these features in our hands and we can play around with them, the experience might be completely different. But it really, at first glance, it's not exciting. The initial T0 roll will be fairly basic compared to the full system, but it marks a crucial first step. As we shared at CitizenCon, the complete item recovery system will be far more robust and nuanced, making gear management a core gameplay element. You'll be able to secure the items that matter most, while still allowing room for piracy and emergent gameplay. The first step, Tier 0 implementation. With the initial rollout of item recovery in Alpha 4.1. So it's exciting that it's coming soon, right? Because this has, as they mentioned, been something that's been spoken about for such a long time. Internally referred to as Tier 0, you will respawn with the exact gear you had equipped at the time of death. Emphasis on the term equipped, as this is different than what you may have had in your inventory. This includes equipped weapons, armor, magazines, and med pens, ensuring that your core loadout is retained. However, items stored in your inventory, such as your backpack or other containers, will remain on your corpse, making them available for looting or retrieval. That I don't have any issue with. It does seem a little strange to me that you just respawn with the exact equipment and stuff that you had. You know, obviously with this is Tier 0, right? So we've got to get through the other ones. Crouch, you're not sure YouTube chat is appearing in the stream? Rusty Nuts, how are you, my friend? If that's how they're going, then is the ROC becoming useless as an early game moneymaker? Well, I don't think so. It's just that, you know, we'll be mining different minerals. Let me have a quick look. Cross is saying that the YouTube chat is not appearing. Nope, it's fine, but I know a couple didn't show up. Okay. So I'm assuming you're talking about the chat overlay on the actual stream, not showing the YouTube messages. It's strange, it should be. That's only if the new minables have value equal to the current ones. Yes, true. Did my rock get stored? Did I not move it far enough over? Okay, let's try all of that again. I thought it was well away from the hangar. Okay, let's store that and try all of this again. So important notes. Okay, while equipped items will also remain on your corpse too, they will not be interactable, preventing item duplication while still preserving the visual state of your character at the time of death. But we all know what I've spoken about duping and insurance and all that sort of stuff. They might touch on that a little bit later. This approach helps mitigate item duplication issues in the initial implementation while laying the groundwork for future expansions of the system in Tier 1 and Tier 2, which you can read more about below. Important notes. Armistice zones, Potato, makes sense to recover gear, but nowhere else, you think? Meanwhile, lol, how big the hangar is around your tiny ship. Yeah, I know, these extra large hangars are just... can be frustrating at times. Items stored in your inventory, example, items in your backpack, will not be protected and will remain on your corpse upon death. Available to be looted, stolen by other players, or retrieved by you. Items such as magazines and bed pens that you have equipped can still be looted from your corpse. However, you will also respawn with these items, as duplication concerns for these types of consumables are less concerning at this stage. Tier 0 item recovery applies to all forms of respawning, whether in a medbed, on a ship, or at your assigned landing zone. To ensure that your weapon in active use is secured as an equipped item, it will be automatically stowed to your holster upon death. If you die within a land... Well, that's... this is... I don't agree with this Tier 0, but, we've got to see the other tiers, right? We need a starting point. This is quite nice, because many times when you die, you don't have the weapon in your hand, right? And so, for example, if there's been instances where I've wanted that weapon and, gone back for it, and it's not been there because it wasn't in my hand. It wasn't, equipped, so to speak. It's gone. If you die within a landing zone, you will respawn with both your equipped gear and your inventory. Example, belongings to your backpack. This is to help avoid you losing items of any kind should a death outside of your control happen. With Tier 0, you will respawn with your previously equipped gear already attached to your character. So, at this point, I think this is the big thing, right? If you die, you're going to respawn, and you're going to have everything that you had outside of stuff in your backpack that's been disappeared. All right, let's get this rock up again. We'll try and move it further away. What? Rock. Retrieve.
Your vehicle has been delivered to the following location.
Like how it is now. Yeah, exactly. Well, I guess the difference being that you're going to respawn with that equipment already equipped. So there's some nice time-saving things here. While exploring, you loot a rifle and store it in your backpack. If you die, that rifle will remain on your corpse, available for others to loot or for you to revisit your corpse and retrieve. However, the original rifle you had equipped to your character, in hand or holstered, at the time of death will be secured and respawn with you. So it's quite nice, right? You can go out fully equipped and go looting stuff, and anything that you loot out on your adventures, you'll probably lose if it's in your backpack. But if you've equipped some of that gear, you've swapped things around, and then you die for whatever reason, you're going to respawn with that equipment. I guess it's from a Tier 0 perspective, from a Tier 0 implementation. We'll look ahead in just a minute. I don't really have too many issues with that. It's a nice, quick way to just get back in the action. Mass exceeded? What? It's a nice, quick way to get back into the action. And at the same time, feel like, okay, I can wear my Space Marshal armor out and about because, if I do die, I'm going to respawn with it on. So I can go out for an adventure resplendent in gold. I kind of like that. From a Tier 0 perspective, it's quite nice. Simple, right? You respawn with what you have on you. Or with what you're wearing. Let's throw this rock around a little bit, hey? Make sure that we get it nice and damaged. What's that, Nungi? I know I got a notification on my phone. Thank you so much. Alright, so let's make sure that this is all the way up against the wall. I do recall seeing something in some hotfix or patch notes or something about them adjusting despawn boundaries or something around a hangar. I can't quite remember, but we have always been able to put this rock along the wall and then just in here, for example, we can put it here. Let's get it as close as possible, and then be able to bring a ship up. We've always been able to do that. So let's see if they now despawn this rock. If they have, I'm gonna be upset. Because this makes it incredibly annoying now to, okay, let's retrieve a Nomad. Okay, the rock's still there. Good to see. You won't lose your Star kit and helmets anymore, Num-Nums? No, sir. It could save 30 minutes of regearing every time. Yep, 100%. Respawn with gun, go retrieve gun, stow gun, die, respawn with gun, infinite gun supply. Woohoo! Yes? Yep. Okay, crossbrain is working. Yeah, exactly. We're still going to be able to duplicate equipment. or at least in this, at this stage, anything that can be equipped to your backpack. So those bloody expensive max lifts, the nice P8 rifles, P6s, railguns. I'm sure Foxy Luxy is going to be straight on this. The dupe king. The max lift dupe is going to be hard, you reckon? $20K for the max lift, it's crazy. Isn't the economy a bit broken from the event anyway? Medrin, how are you, my friend? Yeah, look, there is no economy. I've said this many times. The economy doesn't exist. An economy... Let's have a look, right? Because I carry on about this. Definition of economy. Economy, right? The state of a country or region in terms of the production and consumption of goods and services and the supply of money. Careful management of available resources. An economy is the system for deciding how scarce resources are used so that goods and services can be produced and consumed. An economy is an area of the production, distribution, and trade. This is the key word, trade, as well as consumption of goods and services. So I say that there's no economy because nothing I do in the game influences anybody else at all, in any way, shape, or form. Because there's no trade mechanisms in the game and there's no balancing of that trade through monetary exchanges or differentiations. And by that I mean, for example, at the moment we have a whole bunch of people buying up the minerals that they need for supply or die event, right? Now normally in the real world, supply and demand influences consumer price. So if everybody's buying something up, all of a sudden it becomes scarcer and thus therefore more expensive. That doesn't happen in this game currently. If it happened in the game, then yes, the choices and the decisions that I make in the game will have an influence on other people. Until we get to that stage, there is no economy. So anyone who uses the term economy for a reason for rebalancing or anything like that just doesn't have an understanding of what the word economy means. Until I can influence other people's fiscal situation, then whatever I do has zero bearing on anybody else outside of emotional upset and grievance. Simply because I have 462,391 railguns, it makes zero difference to anybody else. Just because I've duplicated 4,962,387,000 SCU of gold, it has zero influence on anybody else because it doesn't influence anything. All it does is make me rich and other people upset that they're not rich. That's not an economy. That's pride and ego that's been, upset and damaged. If, yes, my obscene levels of SCU of gold is having an influence on the global price of gold, that's a different story. But it doesn't. So until we have that, people who talk about economy need to write it on a piece of toilet paper and wipe their bottom with it. Because that's all they're doing. Spewing shit. Might have to chuck it in the cargo elevator or one of the holes in the walls. Yeah, well, I'm glad that they haven't, nerfed that a little bit. That would have been super annoying having to get the rock out. Isn't the economy a bit broken? Yes, well, I just ranted about that. No economy. Some people made over 300 million in this event in the first few days. Yeah, exactly. The ship in this hangar is like parking an ultralight in an Airbus hangar. Yeah, yeah. Am I mining in Pyro or Stanton today, Potato? I'm not sure, man. I'm not sure. Do we really need to take 2 boxes with us? It just exacerbates this whole situation here. And I guess when we've... No, we're not. We'll just put this back over here. Go back. We just take 1 box with us. We're going out for some chill rock mining. A little bit of discussion. Looking at some news. Moaning and groaning and carrying on. No, there'll be none. This is supposed to be chill, man. This is supposed to be chill. Right, we're going to see how the good old Gypsy Queen fares. More boxes equal extra glue to hold the rock in. Well, we'll see. The Nomad right now has a massive issue with the rock clipping through the tray. And when that starts happening, it's impossible to fix. There's no fix for it. You just need to abandon the rock and, you know, crash the Nomad and claim a new one. There's no fix for that at the moment. Are the new ores already implemented? No, I think they're coming in. I don't know. I don't know where Rhino pulled that from. He just dumped it on the Discord with no link to the original post. We'll see if we can find it. Look at that rock, nicely secured in the back there, sitting pretty. Activate cruise control.
Acknowledged.
Alright, let's head on out. So tier 0. Basically you die and you just respawn with the stuff that you had equipped. Looking ahead, tier 1 and tier 2. While tier 0 lays the groundwork and provides some assurance that your equipped items are not lost, we are already actively developing tier 1 and tier 2 implementations. Okay, so can we skip tier 0 and go straight to these that you're actively developing? What are they? These future updates will add more depth to the system, including a viable path for piracy. And I'm saying skip tier 0 because if they're actively working on tier 1 and tier 2, then why don't they just release tier 1? Because I know as soon as they release tier 0, they're going to go, okay, we're off the hook for another 6.5 years. Tier 0, tier 1, soon, TM. John, how are you, my friend? You disagree? Having a 271 railguns influences the... What is that word? I need to look that up. Phlogiston of space and therefore the flux of the universal energy streams that affect us all. It has a massive impact on my chakra. Yeah, exactly. It has a massive impact on your chakra, not on the economy. So tier 1 will introduce the ability to register your gear in ships at kiosks or ASOP terminals. So again, this is somewhat akin to what I've been saying about, you know, insuring an item, right? You pay an insurance premium to have that item insured. Important notes. Personal loadout. Players can register their equipped items, which can be reclaimed for a fee at specific kiosks or freight elevators. Okay, so the first question I have is, it says players can register their equipped items. Does that mean every time I equip something, I'm then going to have to go to a kiosk or a terminal somewhere and say, okay, I've gotten changed. I've swapped out my, P38 pistol for a P45. Now I want to register that. So do we have to constantly be going to these terminals every time we re-equip something to go register that item? Ships and interiors. Ships, along with their loadouts, decorations, and locker contents, can also be registered. They can then be reclaimed in the state they were previously registered at ASOP terminals for a price. Okay, I like that. That's nice. Again, this brings back the whole issue of, fully equipping a ship, right? Setting it up for voyaging, for expeditions. And then you crash into a building on the way out and you're like, okay, well, there's the last 2 hours of my life gone. Let's do it all again. Clear navigation.
Understood, sir. Accessing Skylink and clearing route.
Set a course for Magda.
The star map is being updated, sir.
This changes nothing. Stand on the chairs or be damned. Let's go. Oh, we got to go into nav mode, yeah. SCM mode, nav mode, QT. Okay, here we go. Being able to ensure
quantum
gun.
drive. Hold
No,
fast, sir.
wait, hang on. What's going on? We're not even there yet. Stop. How did you get engage a quantum drive out of that? Being able to ensure guns on ship weapon holders would be nice. 100%. If they ever do that. Why specifically a building crouch? Well, it could be anything, you know. Nunums, you were blowing up because of desync so many times last night. The item recovery system would have saved me literally 1.5 hours in body recovery time. Yeah. John, you like to think of the Star Citizen NPCs as winners. They are just winning at a long-running game of the floor is lava. Yeah. Armor racks! We need armor racks. So yes, we've got weapon racks now in ships. We need armor racks. And then hopefully they bring armor racks in at the same time they do this tier 1. Because then we can fully equip a ship. Food, supplies, weapons, armor, you know, clothing, everything. And go, this is my ship. Lock it in, Eddie. It's going to cost me 500 grand. Great. Let's go. It's going to cost me an extra 100 grand every time I lodge a claim. Perfect. That's the excess that I've spoken about before. I think in the US you guys call it a deductible. So I pay my insurance premium, the 500,000 credits to, you know, register that that loadout. And then when I lodge a claim, it says, hey, listen, you've got all this stuff on your ship. Do you want to, you know, home and contents, you know, sort of thing? Do you want to, you know, have your home rebuilt and, you know, new versions of your contents? Yes, please. Okay, that's going to cost you an extra 150 grand. Excess. Perfect. Thank you. Very happy with that. Let's read this while we slowly approach the moon. What could possibly go wrong? Looting and bricked items. Once an item is looted, it remains usable until the original owner reclaims or marks it as stolen. Again, this is, you know, reminiscent of what I've mentioned before about, you know, when you lodge an insurance claim on something. Let's say you write off your vehicle, you have a crash, it's written off, the insurance company pays you out, or whatever your insurance policy is, like for like, they give you a new car, or they pay you out the value of the vehicle at its insured value, whatever. That wrecked vehicle now belongs to the insurance company. Once an item is looted, it remains usable until the original owner reclaims it or marks it as stolen. At that point, a dead man switch is activated, meaning it will cease to function after a period of time. Again, somewhat reminiscent of an insurance company coming to, you know, repossess that wrecked vehicle. While a looted and or stolen bricked item is no longer usable, you can still sell the items for credits. So, you know, this is kind of what they're talking about in terms of piracy, right? You know, you're able to loot people's stuff, but you can't use it, but you can still turn it in for credits. Pledge items are auto-registered and will never lose their registration status. They can always be claimed back, even if they were not manually registered. So again, this brings to mind is like how many times do we need to register an item? Like if I have a let's say I have an FS9, right, and I register that item, I get dressed, I get all dolled up, and I go out on an adventure, and before I leave, I register all of those items. Go off on my adventure, I come back, I take the FS9 off, and then, you know, I go back out with, you know, a P4 and a P8. And I register those items. Does that mean my FS9 is now no longer registered? and next time I equip that FS9, I need to re-register it? And if so, how do I know whether I've registered something or not? Is there going to be a little icon or something that pops up and that tells me that this is your currently registered, you know, outfit for the day? Because obviously you don't want to necessarily register everything. If it's going to cost you money, then you know, you don't want to register everything. You don't want to have things auto-register, nor would you want to register everything, because you know, you've been out on a looting expedition and you don't need to, you know, register, you know, 100 guns. Minecraft has armor stands before Star Citizen does. Yeah, it's wild. Yeah, armor stands would be so nice, man. So nice. It'd be lovely to be able to, you know, just fully equip a ship, and then, you know, go out on an adventure. And you know, if you lose the ship or crash it or whatever, and you claim a new one, I don't mind having to pay credits. You know, I don't think anyone has ever been averse to having to pay credits for insured items being immediately, you know, restored to you or returned to you. 8,760. 8,650. What are you, my dear friends? Oh, it's a rock cluster. Thank God for the awesome VTOL on this ship. I totally would have crashed into the ground then. And I'm glad my VTOL button was working. The ship shake is back. We're under a huge amount of stress here. I did see that in one of the patch notes that they retuned the ship shake. It's even visible in third person. $5,580. What are you, my friends? Dolavine. Magda doing me dirty. Yes, being able to stock the ship and save that loadout will be amazing. It will be so lovely. Deductibles can go back to the smelly hell they came from. Where's my cheat sheet? That gives me the RS values. Ah, here it is. Scribbled on a piece of paper. Oh, it only goes up to 14. A cluster of 14 nodes. So I don't know if 9,200 is just a super huge node. I don't think so. It is not. 9,000. I don't think that this is a massive cluster of gems. It is not. Rude. Junkyard in space, my friends, how are you? The weapon room in the Star Lancer is going to be beautiful with armors hung up like an Iron Man's closet. Yeah, the weapon rack, the armor racks will be very good. Junkyard in space, we did have a quick look at that. I want to have a look at the original Spectrum post. Rhino did post a screenshot on Discord with obviously the highlights. Look, it's lovely to see that the ROC is going to get 4 interchangeable mining heads, each with their own bespoke configuration. for optimal charging window and, you know, resistance reduction and all that sort of stuff, just like we have on the Prospector. Each of the different mining heads has its own buffs and debuffs, so to speak. That I like. That I very much like, and you know, it's something I think that everyone has been asking for a long time. Allow us to play with the hardware a little. As for what they were saying about splitting hand minables and vehicle minables into two distinct and different categories, is just a very big letdown. It's just a very big letdown. As I said when I had my little rant about that, it really divides the player base rather than allows people to come together. I think I used the term combined arms experience. By splitting minerals into hand minables and vehicle minables, you separate those two professions, right? And make them two very distinct professions. It stops then players coming together, like people were talking about in the chat earlier on. Let's have another group rock mining session, from coming together and making use of a slightly different implementation of this mechanic. Instead of having minerals that are only FPS and minerals that are only vehicle, instead of doing that, if they simply modified the clusters of these nodes that we're currently out here looking for to include those that can be hand mined and those that need a vehicle, then all of a sudden I can be out with some friends and, you know, go, you know, mining together, and okay, we've come across a nice patch of different sized nodes, but then in that patch is different sized minerals. So for example, that patch of Dolovine that we discovered before, it might have been worthwhile dropping down and having a look, because there could have been strewn throughout that Dolovine a couple of small little hand mineable nodes of diamonds, for example. All of a sudden now, one of the dudes jumps out of the ship. He's got his hand mining tool on with his custom backpack, and he ducks out and goes in and gobbles up those diamonds. And we're not going to really worry too much about the Dolovine. Or whilst we're here, let's get the rock out too. You guys go mine that Dolovine or whatever, one of the new minerals that they've been talking about, and I'll go get these diamonds over here. All of a sudden now we've got multiple people doing the same activity together, having a wonderful experience, and utilizing two of the different mining, methods. But no, CIG's response is to let's divide everybody up. Skeet, fill your backpack with Hadanite and just kill yourself in the hangar. The backpack contents won't be insured. But if you did do that, then you'd just get your backpack back with the Hadanite. You're not going to duplicate that Hadanite. They're removing the gems from the rock and making those fully hand minables and giving the rock its own specific minables, I understand as well. Yeah, exactly. You can do hand minables with a rock. Yes, you can. It's difficult, but you can. Motherfig, my friend, how are you? You're at work at the moment, are you? Well, I hope you're having a pleasant day. 8,650 is not gems. 8,680 is a cluster of 14. So, I like the fact that they're thinking about the hardware perspective of the rock. But I don't like how they're dividing things up. And then I like even less how they're then splitting the different minerals into, you know, beginner, medium, and expert level gems. I don't know. I really... It's just... I don't know. I think everybody who enjoys their profession in this game, or what they enjoy doing the most, has, from their perspective, the best ideas on how something should be implemented. But in my case, I know I'm right. So we'll just see what they do. It's, you know, I don't know. You can't please 100% of people 100% of the time. So you know, whatever they end up doing is obviously their prerogative and their choice, and you know, we as the players will give our feedback, and they'll adjust and change and modify as they have always been doing. But yeah, it's disappointing. Are my sticks haptic? Do I feel all the rattling around? No, they're not. That would be crazy if they were. $5,450 is not gems. Man, Magda doing us dirty, man. Doing us dirty. Maybe we'll need to head on up back to Ignis, the spiritual home of Hadonite miners. The newly dubbed spiritual home. So look, to say I'm disappointed would be accurate, but you know, it's nice to see that the hardware itself is getting a little bit of love. I.e. the ROC, even if it is just, you know, 4 mining heads. But from a profession, you know, I don't know. They've spoken for such a long time about how they want Star Citizen to be a skill-based game, you know, a player skill-based game. And everything they're doing is exactly the opposite. I mean, in a way, they've always been noob to vet based on the tools required to access them and the rarity of finding them. Crouch, rant, the light, fantastic. Need a haptic vibration motor in my chair, like a lazy boy massage chair. 4 mining heads and the replaceable bag. Rhino, my friend, how are you? Hey Rhino, do you have a link to that post you put up on Discord to the actual post itself? Just so I can see, is there any more to what they had mentioned about the changes to ROC mining? We've just had a lovely big rant about it. Alright. Magda, doing us dirty. So tier 1. Pledge items are auto-registered. Okay, with tier 1, you will no longer respawn with your preserved gear already equipped. Okay, I like it. I like the fact that you have to go back and hunt for your stuff. And if you can't find that stuff for whatever reason, it's fallen to the planet, somebody's looted it, you can't find it, whatever reason, being able to somehow get it back by alternate means. Excuse me. It's in the Evo patch notes. Okay, Rhino, thanks, mate. We'll jump in and have a look. You will need to visit a location, such as your freight elevator, to reclaim your registered items. We are developing a quality of life feature to allow you to re-equip your previous full loadout with one auto-equip button at this location. I'm not sure how I feel about all of this auto-equipping stuff. I understand that it's a lovely quality of life feature to, you know, these are my loadouts. Like in KCD2, for example, we have 3 different loadouts that we can switch between. You just click the button and it switches to that next loadout. It is lovely. But I think in some ways, it takes away from the tactile nature of, you know, getting ready. We are developing a quality of life feature to allow you to re-equip your previous full loadout with one auto-equip button at this location. What I would prefer to see, and this may come up in tier 2, I don't know, we'll see in a minute, is instead of this auto-equipping it, allow me to get ready, get changed, and then transfer that armor, that loadout, to an armor rack. And then allow me to interact with that weapon, that armor rack, as my one-click option. People losing their shit over tier 0. Yeah, that's what I was saying at the beginning. I haven't really watched much of the content, but that's what I understand. People are losing their minds. Additionally, with the implementation of Tier 1, our current plan is to remove the ability to backspace out of dangerous situations as a way to retain gear. Okay, this, again, is... Additionally, with the implementation of Tier 1, our current plan is to remove the ability to backspace out of dangerous scenarios. So what determines a dangerous scenario, right? Rather than this whole backspacing being somehow relevant to, you know, gear, they really need to determine or figure out how they're going to implement Death of a Spaceman, which they've totally screwed themselves in the foot with the contested zones and stuff, right? And Death of a Spaceman. You know, they've tried to implement, you know, this FPS zone, you know, combat zone for FPS players and PvP players. In a game where death is supposed to matter. And they've basically built a deathmatch arena. So now their whole Death of a Spaceman has been stapled to the floor. How are they supposed to move that forward when they've created a deathmatch arena? Now, I guess you could say that, you know, those people who are concerned about death and all that sort of stuff and the ramifications of Death of a Spaceman simply wouldn't be going to those deathmatch arenas. You know, I don't know, but again, you know, they're sort of like digging themselves a tunnel without actually having done any of the research about where they should build that tunnel. They've just been digging and digging and oh, there's a big rock. Okay, let's go around that rock. Okay, yep. Oh, there's another rock. Oh, wait, there's a watercourse. We've got to go back this way. Let's go back. Oh, there's that rock we passed. Okay, let's go around that rock and go this way instead. Oh, wait a minute. There's some tree roots here that we can't get through because they've petrified and turned to stone. Ah, damn it. All right, we'll go this way. Let's dig down a little bit. Hang on, wait. It's fallen into a massive chasm. Now we've got to build a ladder to get back up into the mine. That's what it kind of feels like the Star Citizen development experience is like. You can't see past their noses, yeah, exactly. Backspace is literally an unbugger. Why would they do that? Well, it is in those situations where you come across a bug, then yes, the backspace is a valid method of unbugging. But I would hazard a guess and say that backspace is a default form of transport for many people, and it comes up constantly in the chat. Not constantly, but you know, more times than it really should. Just backspace, dude. No. No. That's how people get around. You know, I don't know. I was going to say that I don't think there should be the ability to backspace at all. Outside of that scenario where you have become stuck and, you know, you literally can't do anything, how do you move forward from there? Well, at this point, you'd simply log out to menu and log back in, and you'd be transported instantaneously back to the last place your ship landed. Problem solved. But in the future, and as I have mentioned, you know, they're looking at perhaps, you know, when you log out, you just log back in where you logged out. So in that scenario, if you got stuck between some rocks, right, and you cannot get out, you're stuck. You know, many other games would have a command, you know, /stuck, and it would move you 2 meters in a different direction, and then hopefully you're no longer stuck and you can continue to move. Yeah, I've never understood the concept of backspacing, of just suiciding. The only time that I could see that actually being legitimate, 6,820. That's a nice patch of gems. What is it going to be? Because otherwise people just use it as a form of fast travel. I don't know. Let's get some. Nice little cluster too. It's not massively conveniently placed, but you know, it is what it is. It's had a night. Let's gobble some up. Most people use it to go back to base, much like relogging. Yeah, exactly. Junkyard personally find semi-permanent death a bit silly for a game. If it was a solo game or offline, sure, but otherwise there are far too many issues and risks. Well, you know, it really relies on the game being stable and consistent, really, doesn't it? It's kind of silly to use as a method when the game they are playing is about flying. Well, that's the thing, right? I don't think the game really is about flying, and I would hate for that to be the case. I would really like to have a prolonged experience, planet-side, without ever having to actually go in a spaceship. You know, being a space-based game doesn't necessarily mean we need to be flying around in spaceships. And I would hate for that to be the future. Alright. The old Magda. Mining mode. Let's go. Let's break some rocks. It appears in survival games that involve zombies, but the backspace is you using the last bullet in your pistol to end the suffering. Mainly in DayZ. Yeah, look, it doesn't make sense to me to have a backspace mechanic. Tier 0 can't be looted. Tier 1 can be looted, but can get stuff back on looted gear, needs to be laundered for lower to keep. Tier 2 can be looted, but to get stuff back you have to craft it or your insurance. Yeah, we're going to have a look at Tier 2 in just a minute. Permadeath, though, even semi-permadeath can come about via game bugs, server lag, cheating, etc. There are many roads to rage in an MMO where you can be dead. From the doesn't have to be about spaceships perspective, we're all in a space game in real life. That's true. Alright, let's just break up a whole bunch of gems and then we'll gobble up whatever's on the ground. And we'll have a look at this tier 2. So I've got zero issues with tier 0, right? You know, whatever, you know. It's not the system that we want. And it's clearly not the system that they want either. But they're like, you know, Star Citizen, I've got to start somewhere so I can buy myself 6 months of breathing room before we come back to this situation. And that 6 months of breathing room, or a 1 year breathing room, is to simply say, if you die, you will respawn with what you were equipped with. Okay. So I can understand whatever frustration is there. I haven't really read any of it or got involved in any of it. But I can understand people's frustration saying, this isn't what we want! Of course. I don't think it's what Star Citizen or CIG wants either. Let that cook off. Tier 2. Restoring bricked items and crafting integration. Tier 2 will introduce a way to restore previously bricked items for a price. Important notes. Looted and bricked items. Once an item is looted, you will have the option to sell it, dismantle it for crafting materials, or restore it. This is going to be one of the wonderful things that I love about it being a loot goblin, right? Is, you know, not necessarily looting stuff for the money, but looting stuff to just pull them all apart and go, oh, now I've got springs and cogs and all of these bits and pieces that I need for crafting. Or restore it, with the potential cost of crafting materials and credits to make it your own. This system creates a viable path for piracy, allowing you to reclaim another player's belongings if you take the necessary steps to legitimize the ownership. if an item had a cosmetic applied, restoring it will remove the cosmetic in the process. Well, that makes sense. It's fair enough. The introduction of item recovery is a significant step towards making gear persistence more meaningful while maintaining the risk-reward balance of looting. Tier 0 in Alpha 4.1 is just the beginning, and as we further integrate into the broader crafting and insurance system, we'll be actively refining and updating with the help of your feedback throughout the PT process and beyond. What was that? Yeah, it's interesting. It's interesting. It's nice to see that something is happening. All those gems went down to the great earthworm beneath us. All hail the earthworm. We should have known. We should have known. There's a reason why few games have permadeath and full loot. Most of them are extremely niche. And it says Star Citizen won't have permadeath. Yeah, look, it's going to be interesting to see. You know, after it's been many years since they've spoken about, or when they first introduced the concept of Death of a Spaceman. So obviously a lot has changed since then, and thus therefore I fully expect Death of a Spaceman to be, if it ever is, implemented in a completely different fashion than what they had originally, envisaged. Astrophotography. Astropub is there. Mr. Paul Shelley. I really like his content. So we'll see. We'll see what they what they end up doing, right? How they get around all the hurdles that they've created in the way of the original implementation, the original idea for Death of a Spaceman. Because there's so many things now that make that difficult. Your rock is receiving damage when they pop? Probably. It's sitting in front of a massive explosion! It's a new feature. Now the rock always flashes like that whenever you're breaking gems. And even, when it starts turning red, it's not really a huge issue. It doesn't at this point seem to really affect much. At this point. So all of the gems in this little valley here we have lost to the great earthworm beneath us. Simply because whenever you find a patch of nodes like this that are on a really quite heavy undulated surface, there's a significantly higher chance that the node is actually sitting far enough in the ground that when it breaks, the gems just fall down because they're not actually on the surface, they're sort of breaking underneath it. Bye-bye, gems. So that's all the nodes so far. So you can see these ones kind of look okay. There's not much of an area of the node underneath the surface. When you can see a node and there's a highlighted section of it under the ground, that's when you can be sure that the node's going to fall through. Like this one over here. Oh, this one on the left. There's not a huge amount of it under the surface, but I have a feeling, let's break this one, that this will fall through. I don't like the position. Let's change the position. This is a terrible spot. Odd that it takes damage from a task that it is built to do when you even do it correctly. Yeah, all tools get damaged when used. Yeah, exactly. Not from explosions? I don't know. I think any tool that's designed to work in an explosive environment is going to get damaged when there's explosions going on. Alright, let's have a look. There they go. Whereas something like this one over here... Let's reposition again. This is an absolutely terrible spot to go rock mining. Now this one, you can see there's not really anything that's highlighting underneath the ground, at least from this perspective. So this one, I assume they're just going to roll down the hill. The rock's not taking damage. It's not taking damage. And if we really want to have a debate about it, we can go and repair the rock and I can show you that it's not actually taking any damage. Alright, let's see. Maybe we won't be able to get any gems out of this cluster. Oh no! Why don't the lasers heat up the ground? Maybe they do. We just can't see that effect. Alright, let's try breaking this one, hey? I've seen people giving the molar roughing up because even normal mining with it causes it to explode. Yeah, you know, you're breaking huge rocks at that stage. You really need to be careful in the mole. You can't, you know, you really can't be super close. This music has a real early 70s vibe, yeah, doesn't it? Skeet, you're at 30,000 per SCU of tin now. That's crazy. What, are you saying the price has gone up, Skeet? Is that what you're saying? It's 30k per SCU of tin now? Maybe there is an economy. Everybody's buying tin, so the price is going up. Look at this. There is an economy. There's an economy. Too many people buying, not enough people selling. 70s music for the win. Velour sofas and blacklight posters are a fond memory. I'd like to get another corduroy pair of pants. That would be lovely. Alright, let's see if the Great Earthworm consumes these gems. Don't forget oil lamps for that psychedelic effect, metaphysical. After you use what you have, Skeet, you're just going to do the salvage missions. It's crazy, man. The levels of SCU in the supplier die are just crazy. Corduroy. Gotta love trousers which announce your arrival. Gemsers! Let's go get this runaway. What a wonderful cluster in a terrible spot. You haven't worn corduroy as an adult? Yeah, no, me either. I need to go down to my... We've got a retro second-hand place just down the road from us. You know, one of those places where they sell, you know, old retro clothing for like $700. I should do an op shop adventure and buy myself a nice pair of corduroy pants. Or trousers for you English people. Pants in the UK be the term for your underwear. For your jocks, your briefs, your budgie smugglers. So all in all, re-item recovery. I don't really have any issues with tier 0 because obviously, you know, it's just the start of what will be a, you know, a multi-year journey towards, you know, crafting and, you know, at that stage, you know, we'll have you know, items and what are they called, blueprints and stuff, and being able to recraft those items will be a non-issue. As for rock mining, well, we all know my thoughts. I've ranted about it enough. It's disappointing. Disappointing. But that be the cookie, and it be crumbling in a fashion in which I am not excited about. So be it. So be it. How about a rock with a grinder instead of an arm laser? You roll up and move over the stones and have to manage grinder power, belt speed, and vehicle movement, speed over the gem, a mechanical system of gathering. Yeah, I don't really mind how the interface is presented to us. I've got zero issues with beams and lasers and all that sort of stuff. Whether it's mechanical or otherwise. I would just like to see there be more nuance. And nuance isn't achieved by dividing things into boxes. Yes, I like the fact that they're, you know, interchangeable bags on the back of the rock, you know, 4 swappable mining heads that give different you know, buffs and debuffs. I like that. But so the hardware side of things, as I mentioned before, I'm happy to see that. But the implementation of you know, or the direction in terms of how they're you know, separating things is disappointing. What's disappointing about rock mining, Rhino? Well, everything I rant about every rock mining stream. But we've been over it. Gemses? So I'm pretty sure that any of these other nodes that are on the hillside are also going to be a sacrifice to the great earthworm beneath us. we can get some of these ones that are still on the top here. We'll see. We'll see. Oh, that's a lot of power. Wow, a whole bunch of server lag then. I was scrolling down, scrolling, nothing was happening. I mean, obviously we need to see what happens when they introduce, quality and all that sort of stuff. You know, I've spoken about that at length before as well. You know, the quality shouldn't be determined by the type of node that you find, i.e. I found a high quality node or I found a low quality node. The quality should be determined A, by a combination of your hardware and then your use of that hardware through the manipulation of that hardware to influence the quality of the extractable. You know, just saying, oh, this is a low quality node is a very lazy way to do things. I wanted variety and still don't like it. I love the variety, but I don't like the way in which they've breaking things up into, boxes. As I said before, you never make 100% of the people happy 100% of the time. It's just not going to happen. And we all have our preferences for the way that we'd like to see the features that we enjoy playing within the game being implemented in a certain way. And that's just the reality of creating something. Having been a creator for many, many years. I'm not talking about content creation, I'm talking about creating things. You'll always have people who will not be happy with the way that you've decided to create something, and that's just the reality of making stuff. And people will say, I want this, I want this, I want this, and then you'll make something like that, and they'll go, that's not what I want, but it's what you asked for. Yeah, but it's not how I wanted it to be. Okay, sorry about that. Maybe somebody else will do it for you. But this is what I've made for you. So, at the end of the day, whatever they make is really up to them and how they choose to implement it. Obviously they've got way more considerations to think about than I do as someone who's just sitting here clicking and pressing buttons. So at the end of the day, whatever they decide to do is, just the way things are. Photon over on YouTube, how are you, my friend? I'd like to think that higher quality rocks will take a bit more skill to mine. But what do you mean by skill, though? Because there's no skill involved in this profession. Like, literally none. So, that's my rant. Is that there's no skill to this. There's nothing that, I need to know to get more out of the minerals. Higher quality gems, more of them, etc. I just point, click, dial up some power and wait. So from that perspective of skill then requires people to actually have an understanding of how and then be able to do the manipulations of the hardware to influence the outcome. That's where skill comes involved. Being able to look at this gem and have more information on the little panel on the right that says this is the resistance, this is the mass, etc. And then me having the knowledge, which I've either learned from looking at YouTube videos or reading forums or just played the game and identified, I need to have my laser set at this specific power, I need to have the laser set at this specific frequency, and I need, this is the type of laser head that I need to use. That type of skill is what I'm talking about from a nuanced perspective, not simply, oh, this is a low quality node, this is a high quality node. And I've always said, if you want to just point and click, you should be able to point and click. I've got nothing against that. But for those people who want a little bit more than just pointing and clicking, we should also be able to have that. And if you wanted to take the time to learn, just like you can with DSLR, right? You know, with photography, it takes time to learn how to use a DSLR properly. And if you take the time, you can take amazing photographs, way better than someone who just points and clicks. And that's the whole point, right? You've taken the time to learn, study, and understand how to get the most out of whatever it is you're doing. And in this case, the quality of the gems, the number of the gems, etc., etc. I know I'm dying of thirst. Nah, man, we're 20%, man. Freaking heaps.
Did you know why we drink
We can
water?
go for another
Because
day.
we can't eat it.
And then outside of that, the hardware and the manipulation of that hardware to achieve a determined or a specific or a desired result. No! Oh no! We have the whole issue of codependencies is the wrong term, but collaboration might be a slightly better word, or a slightly better term, in terms of group activity. Like right now, this is a purely solo pursuit, which is why I'm not terribly in any fantastic hurry to jump onto Discord and have a group rock mining expedition, because we're not actually doing anything together. There's nothing that we can do together to determine a result that I couldn't achieve by myself. The only thing is just the social aspect of hanging out together and talking and, playing the game together. There's no need for me to do this with anybody else, which is another one of my grievances. By dividing and separating things into hand minables and vehicle minables, you create your first level of division. And secondly, by just having clusters like this where there's no need to have multiple people involved to harvest these minerals, then there's no need for other people to be involved. So why outside of just the social aspect would I be bothered? I would love, and as I've mentioned many times before, to see these clusters of gems in all shapes and sizes and of all minerals, right? Yes, you come across a cluster and it is predominantly going to be one of the new ones, whatever the fuck they're called. Mineral Alpha B, whatever. But then scattered throughout that are other minerals that perhaps my rock's configuration isn't set up at that specific time to extract high quality gems. Yes, I could extract some gems, but perhaps they might not be high quality gems. So now, I could either, get out and reconfigure my rock and set it up for that specific gem type so I can make sure that when I'm extracting high quality gems. That would be fantastic. Or I'm with somebody else whose rock's already configured for that, because these clusters come in all shapes and sizes and colors. So now it's worthwhile having somebody else with me so that we can mine the materials or the minerals that our setup is tuned for. So I can either do it by myself, but that requires me to have to get out, change components, move this around, re-equip that, retune this, change my frequencies and my hertz and all that sort of stuff, and then mine that material. Or I can say to my friend, hey, listen, dude, I'm going to mine the Hadonite, you mine the Aphrite. Steve's coming out because he's got the backpack on with the hand mineable, and he's going to gobble up all the small little diamond clusters that are in this area. Now, all of a sudden, you have a group mining expedition that makes sense. But the easiest thing for CIG is to say, you guys do this, you guys do that, and you're over there, and you're over there. That's why I'm disappointed. We also don't know what the new nodes are going to look like. It doesn't matter what they look like. But yes, this is what I was saying before, we just have to wait and see what they do. And then, they accept our feedback and they iterate on those features and functions, and we are stuck. Quick reposition. No! Max lift to the rescue. Not yet. Not yet. But I don't hold out much hope for collaborative mining expeditions outside of just having people together from a social perspective. I don't ever see there being a need to have multiple ROCs or a ROC DS and some hand mineable tools all working together to break down a big node. Photon, you feel like I would enjoy asteroid mining in Elite Dangerous? I don't know. I'm not. Again, this comes back to the whole flying around in spaceships in space. I don't really like being in space. That's why I don't do any asteroid mining. And when I do go out my prospector, I'm always landside. I just don't like being out in space. It's just boring and boring. It's one of the big reasons why I really enjoy rock mining is skimming around over the surface. And when there's loads more things to see and do, and the thousands of points of interest that they talked about during CitizenCon, and you can fly around and see settlements and go, oh, I'm going to stop. Let's go down and check that out. Oh, I've just flown over this. Let's go back and have a look. Oh, there's when that is a reality, it's going to be a wonderful, wonderful day. It's just, I just want there to be some level of nuance. That's not required. I'm not saying it's required, because I know that there's people who just want things to be simple, right? And that's fine. Really, I'm happy for that to be the case. But I don't think we're going to be able to get any more out of these. I don't think I'll worry with those last ones, because I'm pretty sure we're not going to get anything out of those. They're going to be sacrificed to the Great Earthworm. But for those people who want to put in the extra effort to get the maximum level of reward, then we need nuance. And that doesn't mean that we have low quality nodes and high quality nodes. That's just lazy. No need to put things in the box at the moment. We might as well fill up the rock and then do one big exchange and then keep moving. Now the question is, do I actually have something to drink on me? Or do we need to stop at one of these small settlements that we fly over to pick up some supplies? We do. We have nothing to drink. Where are these thousands of points of interest that we require now? We need a small little outpost. We need a village. We need the grocer. Activate cruise control.
Activating cruise control, sir.
Zoom in. Zoom out. Alright, make a quick detour to Han or Perlman. Oh, hang on. Yeah, we'll see if there'll be something in the loot boxes there. We might as well sell these gems while we're there, hey? Probably got enough just to sell from our backpack. Okay, I was going to ask Atreyu to set a course for us, but let's have a quick look, see what perhaps might be in the daylight. Looks like Perlman might be in a bit of daylight. So it'd be nice with this tier 1 or tier 0 implementation of the item recovery to just be able to, you know, go out dressed in, you know, my space marshal armor and carry my executive weapons and all that sort of stuff, shining and resplendent in gold, and not have to worry, right? You know, if I get killed or shot or die or whatever, I'm just going to respawn with that stuff. I'm happy with that as a starting point. Junkyard, personally like the idea of having a variety of things that need to be done. Using the Arastra as a mothership that can mine and offer access to rock minables, hand minables, and refine what can be refined is nice for the crew. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Skeet, you wonder if you can take off the hopper, claim the rock, so you have an extra hopper to swap out. Well, I'm sure at that stage we'll be able to, you know, buy mining bags, right? Kind of close, aren't we? Am I on a pole? I am. Let's just land on the bloody pad. The rock mining changes might also be why the box and the rock can be removed. Yeah, maybe. I'm sure we'll be able to. Is questionable. Well, look, there's nothing better than a healthy dose of skepticism, right? Oh, I can't retrieve my Herge Quertler? Yeah, there we go. Can you not remove the gems? When I used to use the rock, you could just open the rear up and take out the gems. Yeah, that's what we're doing. That's what we're doing. Why does this ship land a meter off the deck? Because it has grav technology. Doesn't actually sit on the ground. These are grav pads. I think it's Geon Tech that they use for this ship. Uh-oh. Alright, let's have a look and see how many we've got. Can we fit them all in the backpack? Oh, we can't, especially when our backpack's full of stuff. So 20% full of 150k is 30. So we should be able to fit 120 gems in here. Alright, let's go in and sell these 120 gems and see if we can find something to drink. I'm pretty sure we can sell from the backpack, right? $52,000 for 120 gems in my backpack. I'm going to say that's pretty good. Alright, what have you got in here for me?
Everything good?
A beverage? You do have a beverage. I shall take that beverage and consume it. What have you got for me? No interacty? Here we go. Some more beverage and some food. I shall take that. Oh, another box. With some more beverage. You can now remove the hopper now, put it in an elevator and pull the gems out in an elevator. It would have been sweet to see them make it a 1 SCU hopper. Again, from the perspective that it takes up 1 SCU of space on your cargo grid. That head's still not quite right, man. Just needs more tweaking. I lost all my screenshots too. Because after the issue that I had trying to log into Star Citizen, and after I was talking with their support and they were like, we've never seen this issue before, and the only way that I was able to fix it was completely remove everything to do with Star Citizen and reinstall it. And I totally forgot. I backed up my profiles, which, as we can obviously tell from the last couple of streams, hasn't been specifically useful. I totally forgot to copy my screenshots folder, so I've lost all of my screenshots that I've taken. Just all gone. No. Is there... I was thinking about this the other day, and I might have had a very brief look for about 20 seconds before I got sidetracked by something else. Is there a way to specify, probably in the launcher, where the screenshot folder is? Let's have a look. Game settings. Game location. Storage. Default library. This is where new games and environments will be installed by default. Additional libraries. Create libraries in one or multiple drives. Application. Use GeForce for your screenshots, skate. Probably a good idea. Games. Storage. This is where new games and environments will be installed by default. I don't know if adding a new library will, for screenshots, it would be cool if you could have something in here to change the folder for the screenshot so it's outside of the installation directory. If for whatever reason you need to delete that or remove it, then you don't need to worry about having to copy that screenshots folder. Alright, let's go. Oh god, it's going to be nice when we can come to a location and just spend hours there. Doing all different sorts of things. Alright, might as well grab these last few gems that are in here. Should be, 52 gems or something in there, 54 gems. We'll go sell these. Look, I haven't done this for a while. This is how we used to go rock mining. You'd go out and you'd fill up your rock, and then you'd bring it back and sell, or you'd get to the point where it was like 3/4 full, and you'd be like, oh, I don't know if I want to risk filling it all the way up. I'm going to go back and sell my 500 gems. Now we're out collecting SCUs of gems for ridiculous amounts of money. Yes, it takes time, but haven't done this for a while. Go out, do a little bit of mining, come back and sell the gems. Let's go back out. Oh boy! Hey, Numi. It's almost time for bed, sweetheart. hit Alt Z to take a screenshot. Yeah, with GeForce you can put it in any file and you can set macros to whatever you want. You use Alt X for screenshots. I could set up Atreyu to take a photograph for me. Activated by the word cheese. Oh boy! Can I have my max lift, please? Max lift for me. Look, he's getting his pose on. Like that, I was taking the screenshot just before the Moby glass opened. I was planning on doing a stream over at Knights of Dice this afternoon, but I've been so tired, as I mentioned earlier this week, that I actually slept for over 10 hours today. But I'm super keen to jump into KCD2 on the Knights of Dice stream. Go find a cool building like something like this, and then jump into SketchUp and make a 3D model that terrain crafters can cut at home. And I guess at some point I should really get into learning how to sculpt for 3D printing. It's something Scott Reed, who runs Tide World Studio, who used to work for me at Knights of Dice, picked up very, very well. And before I closed Knights of Dice, I let him take as much time as he wanted on the job to learn that new skill, so that when the business closed, he could immediately start up his new studio and just get into it. I bought him a really nice computer, and but I guess from a terrain perspective, the number of people with 3D printers versus those with laser cutters is significantly different. And obviously the quality of the stuff that you can print out these days for tabletop terrain is incredible, especially the stuff that Scott produces. He's always been incredibly detail orientated, and his models are absolutely gorgeous. Can I please have my max lift? We kind of need it. Why doth the max lift not be retrievable? There we go. Hooray. How many times doth the button need to be pressed, my friend? Alright, we got ourselves some beverages. Alt F1 is a terrible macro for Star Citizen. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. It's no good. No. Settings. Shortcuts. Photograph the scene. Alt F2. Print screen. Nope, that that opens up photo mode. Haram. Yeah, I'll have to sit down and watch. I know that Salty Mike, did a 45-minute video about the item recovery. I don't know if I can sit through 45 minutes of Salty Mike. You back in 45 minutes, Rhino? Well, stay safe out there, man. Thank you for popping in. The downside is if you need to wipe your visor, it takes a screenshot. Oh, if you're using Alt-X? Yeah, sure. $3,720. Little cluster of 6. Let's go see what's here. Little cluster of Hadonite, hey? That rock doesn't look fantastically good. It's not often we get music with lyrics, hey? That's right. I was doing bunkers in the Prospector, wasn't I? We did a few bunkers in the Prospector. I was wondering why I was wearing this armor and carrying these weapons and everything. You just go through and delete them from time to time. Some of them are keepers. Why wouldn't you just set it to a different keybind? Probably have over a gig in screenshots. So all of these we should be fine. They're on a flat surface. The earthworm has been fed. I don't think they require any more feeding. Just zoning out here, man. Just zoning out. Click. Scroll up. Wait. Click. Click. Wave the mouse around. And on to the next one. You like it like that? The keys are right next to each other. Easy to hit with one finger. True that. True that. I've really been quite interested in painting some miniatures over the last week or so. But sadly, all my miniature painting stuff is in these cupboards here. And as you can see, there's a whole bunch of equipment all along here. Because I was like, man, I'm done with tabletop gaming. I'm not going to do anything about it for ages and I can't be bothered. And so I put all the equipment from my warehouse along here. And now it's impossible to get to my paints and stuff. So I can access my miniatures, they're all in my shed out the back. But all my paints are in those cupboards. So I was catching up with a friend the other day. He was like, man, you should come down and we'll paint some miniatures together. And I was like, dude, I can't access any of my brushes or my paints or anything. They're all trapped in these cupboards. And to get access to them, I literally need to move hundreds of kilograms of equipment and machinery. Specifically my spin casting stuff for making metal miniatures. The lasers and everything else are on casters and wheels and of course be rolled out of the way. But my spin casting equipment, I think the vulcanizer alone weighs 180 kilos. Or 160 kilos or something. It's freaking heavy. That's why we had to hire a truck to move it. It can't be that heavy. It can't be that heavy. It's damn freaking heavy. It's almost impossible to move with one person. And so it's been a bit of a bummer. And I have no workbench space or anything here to do any terrain crafting. I'll have to take over the kitchen table, which is currently also covered in crap from the warehouse. I am starting to miss it a little bit, which I think is a good sign. It's been a long time. It's been a passion and a hobby of mine since I was a teenager. Obviously, that's why I worked in the industry for such a long time. Both from a manufacturing perspective and, from my retail store, and then, all the years I spent on YouTube. Running my Rubbish In, Rubbish Out channel. That after I closed my business, I was like, I'm done. I'm demotivated. My mojo is gone. But the fact that I'm slowly starting to miss it is a good sign that, as I continue to work through things over the next month or two, once the warehouse is sold, that's going to auction in April. Once the bank comes through with my loan or extending my mortgage on the house here to build a new workshop out the back, and I actually get a workshop space again, it's going to be a great deal of fun. I'm looking forward to it actually, and so that's a good sign. The weather is broken as it cross. The sun came up and the temp went down. No! What's going on? The world is upside down, man. The world is upside down. Now, we are so close. I think we're at Perlman, right? We could just go back and sell these gems. Do we need to do some great big expedition where we don't get any reward until we do a great big sell? Or do we do a little bit of activity and then go sell some gems? Having said that 53k payout from our backpack before was pretty good, which, I'm not going to scoff at 53k. I could have earned 44k just by going and doing a quick bunker for 5 to 7 minutes. And then on to the next bunker, and then on to the next bunker, and then on to the next bunker. Whilst at the same time progressing through the reputation levels for Hearst Dynamics and unlocking higher paying bunkers. It's going to be so lovely when we have guilds that they spoke about at Star Citizen, at CitizenCon. When we have guilds, like a mining guild, where we can earn reputation and unlock, perks and achievements and bonuses, and that's going to be so much fun. Because outside of just, mining here for the cash buck dollary dues, as we level up our reputation with our guild and, just the perks, right? Your mining skills are legendary. So instead of getting, between 25 and 30 gems per node, you get between 35 and 40 gems per node. That sort of stuff. This has nothing really to do with skill though, right? But that's part of a game. Plus then throw on top of that skill bonuses, right? For knowing how to use your equipment and, manipulate your hardware so you can extract the maximum number of highest quality gems. Maybe that perk is, you extract 10% more gems. So if using my skill knowledge and understanding and, the right hardware and equipment, I can extract 50 high quality gems, or whatever be the case, from a node, then my guild perk, you extract 10% more gems. Now I get a 55 gems, high quality. Just that little bonus for, you know, playing the game, so to speak. You know, and when I say the game, I think we all understand that I don't mean the game of Star Citizen, but the game, if that makes sense. The fun, you know, I don't know how else to explain it. Where is the game? That is the game, when you have perks and that sort of stuff. Like you have in KZD2, or, you know, most other games. You know, where the more you do something, you get little buffs, you get little bonuses for doing the same thing, because you've done it enough that the game says, hey, you've got another level in this. Congratulations. Woohoo, I got another level. I'm going to do more of that so I can get another level. The game. I have taken damage. Look, there's a little bit of red on my rock. Rude. Ah, man, this equipment's not even suited for its task, man. Alrighty, a full cluster. There was only 6 of them, but we got them all. No sacrificing to the great earthworm beneath us. Okay, great idea, Crouch. Just drive straight over these gems. The remnants of, which the rock is not capable of driving over. Hey, Metaphysical, your first supply mission for the night underway, and when I return, 24 SEU of tin will be cooked for another 2 runs. Yes, sir. Have you been mining your tin, have you? Ah, man. We really should put this stuff in the ship, hey? Well, let's just leave it in there. Oh, we can't put it in the ship because the Nomad doesn't have any accessible storage. It's supposed to have storage underneath the bed, but I don't think it works. At least I haven't been able to access it. Unless there's like some specific spot that you've got to stand. Whoa! Windy, windy. No wind on Ignis. Let's see. So we should have this storage in the Nomad now. Yes, and the ice. Nice one. Pedazo de merda. Pedazo de merda. What does that mean again, Skeet Skeet? Pedazo de merda. Piece of shit. Pedazo de merda. Pedazo de merda. De merda. That's a bummer, man. Like, even if they added the open storage to the radial menu here, Okay, so I can't empty the contents of my backpack into anything because there's no storage here. Has anyone ever actually been able to access the storage in the PTU when they were in their Nomad? Did it actually make it into live? That's a bomber, man. That's a bomber. Nongy Bear? It's time for bed, sweetheart. It's after midnight. Now, please. Activate cruise control.
Activating cruise control, sir.
Do other people own the Nomad in game? Probably the same answer to both questions. No. Rude. Rude. And Nungi, make sure you plug those in so they can charge up for... Oh, you did! Look at you!
Take it some time for bed.
You were just gonna do it anyway, weren't you? Yeah. I'm gonna swim up. Set a course for the Pyro Gateway.
Acknowledged.
Oh boy. I really need to sell 2 of my Trotec lasers. And then use that money A to pay some debts. Which I just have been putting off. And then B, maybe buy a couple of bamboo PS1s. Are they PS1s? Let's jump out of here. Bamboo Lab P1S. P1S. The Bamboo P1S 3D printer with the P1S combo includes the AMS. Works right out of the box, set up in 15 minutes, well-polished hardware and software, enclosed body for high-temperature filament printing, up to 16 color printing with the AMS, up to 20,000 millimeters per second acceleration, prints a Benchy in 18 minutes. The Benchy is the standard little ship that everybody prints on their 3D printer when they first start. And built-in camera for remote monitoring and time-lapse. I don't know if I need the AMS because I'm not going to really be printing in multiple different colors. But out of all the 3D printers that I've used and have, they've all been a massive pain in the ass. But everyone I know that has a Bamboo Lab printer, they just work straight out of the box. Straight out of the box. Like Scott from Tide World Studio, he uses Bamboo Labs now. My friend Irish, who runs Miniature Horde, uses the Bamboo Lab printers. My friend from Trent from Miscast on YouTube, he uses Bamboo Lab printer. They just work, right? You know, out of the box, they just work. There's no tweaking, playing, modifying. I'm sure you could do all of that stuff. But some of those would be sick. How many people in the chat right now? We've got a handful of people on YouTube and a handful of people on Twitch are into tabletop gaming, miniature gaming. Is there anyone here who's into that sort of stuff? Alright, so we'll head over to the gateway. We will refuel. We'll head on over to Ignis. We'll grab ourselves a bunch of Hadonite. Rather than dealing with Magda. Moz is on a killing spree in KCD. It's hard to watch. Locked himself out of several quests already. Oh, man. That guy Cross also campaigned terrain on the old YouTube. I know is into the old tabletop gaming. Alright, so we'll land, we'll refuel. We'll drop down on one of the pads here. I must make a mental effort to remember that the pads are over here near the half donut. Okay. Is there some ship debris here? Oh, I don't like the fact that there's the remnants of the Caterpillar's landing gear sitting right there. Oh, and... oh, what could possibly go wrong? I guess we go into our own hangar. Contact landing services.
Acknowledged. CLS has been contacted. Awaiting confirmation.
No worky. Oh, hang on. Where's my mouse? Oops. Yep. Sorry, my bad. No response. No response. Yeah, I've really tried to avoid killing just random people in KCD. It would be nice if there was like a character menu where you could have like good Henry and evil Henry. I know that the save system probably allows you to start a new game. Given that, you know, we can have as many saves now, I think, as we want. To start a new game, and obviously, you know, I'll need to remember that, you know, save 167 or whatever it is the last save of this character, and then save 168, and as we move on is this character, and then I log back in and load save 167 to get access to this character, and then his last save is save 191, and then, you know, go backwards and forwards between the two saves like that, the two characters like that. But I think for my first playthrough, I just want to go through and be nice Henry. Be good Henry. The fact that my crafting is up to level 27 And I think the next highest one is like level 19 or something. Tells you a lot about the type of gameplay that I enjoy. Having said that, though, that is a lot of just using, you know, armor smith kits and blacksmithing kits and, you know, tailor kits and stuff, just to repair all the stuff that I find. You get a lot of points from doing that. Man, what's going on? Why can I not, why am I not being assigned a hanger? Why is it not responding? Keybinds. Emergency exit. Does anyone know where the contact landing services section is? It can't have changed. We've been using it. Last week we used it. Flight docking. Cockpit. Oops. Oh, wrong button. There we go. Weird. Alrighty. The keybind has been hit or miss lately. Well, that one was definitely a miss, Skeet Skeet. It's not working again. Slash! Sorry you're late and sorry I'm being inactive. You don't need to be sorry about anything, mate. I appreciate you tuning in. I appreciate everyone who's been chilling out with me tonight. 6 likes over on the old YouTube. Thank you.
Think nothing of it, sir.
I do really appreciate the fact that people tune in and listen to me rant in what is supposed to be a chill rock mining stream. But the rants are done. We're finished with it. Coming back to more exciting things. I do need to sell my lasers. 2 of them at least. I'll keep 1. That allows me to pay some of these outstanding bills that I need to pay. But then I can buy some of these Bamboo Lab printers. Start printing out some tabletop terrain. I haven't played Middle-earth strategy battle game for a long time. There was a new edition released last year. I really do enjoy that game. I think it has a wonderful rule set. New games are being released all the time. But you know, being a you know, a Lord of the Rings, you know, fan, it really is a wonderful game system. So I know a few people who make 3D printable terrain for that. Where's the gateway? Let's go. Slash, you got 2 bamboos yourself. Ooh boy. Yeah, they're so good, man. I've got a couple of Creality CR10Ss, and, you know, I printed a lot of stuff on those, but they're just a pain in the ass. And even my Pruses are a pain in the butt. But everyone I know who has bamboo printers, they're like, they just work. They just work. Almost got a 3rd from their points shop. Amazing. Gonna be a big old lurk today. It's been a day. Well, Slash, I hope you have a wonderful evening, man. I appreciate you being here. Appreciate you lurking in the background. Came from an Ender 3. It's night and day difference. Yeah, at one stage I would have just gone, let's just buy some. But those days are long gone. And that is the jump gate, right? Where are the yellow rings and stuff that are normally around here? We're in the right spot, right? Quantum drive, here we go. I'm in the wrong mode. Entry requirements met. Let's go to Pyro. Let's activate that jump point. Yeah, it's just a bit frustrating right now that all my paints are trapped in that cupboard. And to get access to it is no small feat. Because the more KCD2 I've been playing, and the more I've been flipping through the Baron's War rulebook. Baron's War is set during the Baron's War, obviously, more specifically the Second Baron's War. I've been super excited to get out some of my medieval miniatures and give them a coat of paint. But I can't. Without moving pretty much everything in this room over by about 1.5 feet. Or just pulling my finger out and selling the 2 massive Trotec lasers. Which I need to kind of do. Uh-oh. Has anyone ever been kicked out of the gateway? I've never been kicked out of the gateway yet. I think you'd have to really be just AFK or not really paying attention to have to be kicked out of the gateway. Been clipping a few walls, but you can hear that alarm going off briefly for microseconds. Oh goodness! Oh! That was a bit of a bounce right there at the end. Set a course for Rod's fuel and supplies.
Acknowledged.
Your head's killing you, Slash. Got a few liters of boiling chicken stock all over my head. Oh boy! So I'm going on low volume until your painkillers kick in. Well, that's a good idea, my friend. That's a good idea. That's crazy. I hope the burns aren't too bad. Yeah, it's been a long time since I've been excited about painting some miniatures. And I can feel it brewing. I can feel it brewing. Need to catch up with my friend Scott. He's been saying, come over to my house, man. We'll play some games. And obviously having his own terrain studio, Tide Studio, makes some amazing, 3D printable terrain models. He's got like an absolutely gorgeous setup at home. I'll go over there and play some Mordheim. Or a new game called Trench Crusade, which I don't know much about, which raised apparently $4 million on Kickstarter. Outrageous, crazy. Alright. Whilst we're on this huge, long, epic adventure, Bar Citizen World Tour. USA, Korea, China, Spain, Germany, Canada, France. An International Bar Citizen Day. Denmark, Florida, Germany, Washington, Portugal, and Italy. There be no Australia on that list. No CIG bar citizen in Australia. And I missed, obviously, the one that was in Sydney. Obviously, that was a community created event. So, Evocati patch notes. Let's have a look at these. Features and gameplay. Ships and vehicles. Heavy fighter, general archetype balance pass. Joint health, thrust power, and max speeds have been adjusted for heavy fighter archetypes. Most of these speed and thrust adjustments were needed due to thruster weight changes that have gone into 4.1 and should bring them back in line with 4.0.2. So please keep an eye at heavy fighters and let us know if some feel different. Landing gear rebalance for many ships to help balance their weight distributions, and the Argo Atlas can now be destroyed, updated with health and damage states. Vault weapons! Vault guy will be happy. New upcoming event, keeping all details limited to test in-game communication. Ooh. This event will utilize 2 new locations in the persistent universe: Hathor platform alignment facilities and Hathor orbital laser platform. I don't know either of those places. Oh man, excuse me. Enabling Orison and Area 18 NPE. NPE, non-player environments? What does NPE mean? New player experience. Enabling Orison and Area 18 new player experiences. Don't we have an Area 18 new player experience already? Bunch of bug fixes. Oh man, like I said, I've been so tired all week. I apologize for just yawning directly into the microphone. Okay, so this, oh my goodness. So this is what Rhino had clipped on the Discord: features and gameplay. Polish pass for Hathor alignment facilities and orbital platforms. Further lighting and polish pass. Work on exterior overlay. Cleaned areas. Placed meshes with more colourful, vibrant alternatives to hopefully reduce the overall greyness of the platform. Dressed and placed assets around to break up and differentiate the platform's pads. So gameplay. Okay, so that's what we went through before. The ground vehicle mining and the FPS mining update. Oh my word. Oh, why am I so tired? I've slept so much today. What are we, 3 hour mark? Maybe we'll keep things short tonight. But it will be super exciting. I think in tier 1 for the item recovery, they had mentioned being able to register ships and their loadouts. That's going to be absolutely fantastic. Little Aurora there. Can we still use this pad with the Aurora there? We can. Happy days. Alright, we are fueled up. Let's head to Ignis for a little bit of rock mining there. Get ourselves a few gems. Do I need repairs after bouncing out of the slip gate? No, it didn't look like it. Didn't look like it. Another monster jump, hey? Yeah, so I think we'll kick on here at Ignis for a little bit. Then I'm keen to jump into KCD and grab some screenshots. Find myself. I found this cool building, but I don't remember where it was. That would have made an absolutely amazing centerpiece for a medieval gaming table. And there's just so many things that having, there's just so many bits in that game that would really look fantastic on a tabletop. That would just be way better to print than try to laser cut. Obviously, you can scratch build them. In this, I've always really enjoyed scratch building. But yeah, I might jump into that, grab a couple of screenshots, find myself something cool to start, getting a little bit of creative juices flowing again. Not that I can do a huge amount with, there's about a foot of space behind the chair here, and then this shrink wrapper, and then all the rest of the equipment. There's no room. In fact, I ripped the back of my chair here the other day, swinging around. I caught a bolt that extends out the back of this machine that holds on the top of the shrink wrapping lid, and ripped the leather on the back of this chair, which was disappointing. I don't think it's actually real leather. So there's not a huge amount of space for getting all creative like that. I spread out a lot when I make terrain, and I just don't have the space in here for it at the moment. But that's not to say I can't do some fun little bits and pieces. I've always been spoiled with space, and I know that people create some amazing stuff in tiny, tiny little spaces at home, so I can do the same. You got the cargo stuck to the grid bug again, Meta? No more missions for me tonight. I'd destroy my ship, but I don't have another ship to put the cargo in if I soft death her. That's frustrating, man. This game. Mabutu, how are you, my friend? Morning, Crouch. I've recently been prospector mining on Pyro 4, and oh my god, I've never seen so much Hadonite. There was so many patches. Well, only 100 meters apart. Yeah, 100%. Been rock mining on Pyro 4. Okay. Maybe we should check out Pyro 4. We've just always been at Ignis, one of the moons around Pyro 5, but Pyro 4... Let's have a look where Pyro 4 is, hey? Pyro 4. Astronomers theorize that in the distant past, Pyro 4 collided with a planet-sized mass, warping the landscape and knocking it into the orbit of Pyro 5. Okay. Interesting. Let's go here and have a look. Let's drop out. Yeah. Getting up now with my Pyro 4. Going down in my ship and my jumps galore. getting ready for the feast. Gonna take it home with my meat. And my veggies gonna have a great big feast with my family, with me enjoying all the sweet treats. Sweet treats. Sweet treats, yeah. ROC. Alright, let's go. Let's check out Pyro 4, man! How have you been, by the way, Mabutu? Might be a glitch, but you've been mining there all week. Alright, well, let's check it out, man. Oh, those Timmies are a bit soft. They need to go in the fridge. Actually, I might put on that air conditioner. I'll be back in just a second. Oh my god! You are good, are you, Mabitu? How's the stream going? Oh, look, it's been fun. We did a little bit of mining on Magda. We had a rant about the changes that were mentioned in the Evocati patch notes for the changes to ground vehicle mining and FPS mining update. We had a chat about the item recovery process that CIG has outlined from Tier 0 to Tier 2. We did, like I said, a little bit of mining on Magda, and then I actually went and sold the gems immediately after I mined them. A, because I was dying of thirst and I didn't have any drinks in my backpack, so we kind of needed to go loot a drink. But then while I was there, I was like, might as well send the gems. It's been a long time since I've gone rock mining. And then gone and sold the gems straight away. Normally it turns into this whole multi-day sort of weeks event where I'm collecting ridiculous amounts of gems in the storage boxes. And so it was quite nice just to, you know, walk in with my backpack and sell 53k worth of gems and go, huh? I just got paid for my efforts. So, Chwala's Beach, Sakran's Plot, Derelict Outpost, Dinga's Depot, Goner's Deal. Lots of places where we can get ganked. Let's head down to this little place down here and go see what we can find, hey? Pyro 4, hey? So the stream's been good. It's been a fun little game session. I think we'll kick on for about another hour or so. And then I shall maneuver myself into, you know, the section of YouTube related to tabletop gaming. And I might see if I can try and get access to that cupboard there. That has I built like a little painting booth in it, so it's got all my paints and racks, and the doors open up. It's got all my tools on the sides of the doors and stuff. That's a huge effort to try and get in there. Maybe I'll just jump into some KCD2 like I was saying before and adventure around and collect myself a whole bunch of screenshots for some inspirational ideas. You went to the place beach something, Chwala's Beach? Last time we went to Chwala's Beach last week when we were trying to do some of the Phase 2. Oh yeah, we got some Phase 2 missions here, don't we? Contracts, priority. So Phase 2, defend the CFP service ship, which we didn't have much luck with because every ship that I would take into combat would stop being able to would stop firing properly. So we weren't able to do these. And the retake the CFP outpost, we tried a couple of these. That was super fun, but the problem being, you know, we could never find everyone to kill them all. Jackson's Swap, hey, where's let's just make sure we're not crashing into the planet at this stage. Okay, we've probably got a couple of seconds to have a quick look at where Jackson's Swap is. It's way over on the other side, okay. Whoa. Entering the atmosphere. And the old Gypsy Queen. Taking some damage, I think. Looks like it. When we bounced around inside the gateway for a little bit. Pyro 4. Alright, let's see what Pyro 4's got. Another new place. Got some cloud cover here. Always nice to fly around a new environment. It's a very red planet, isn't it? Some quasi-grazers. And these clouds are super low, aren't they? Although that does look super cool. $1,790 is not gems. $27,300. That's a massive cluster of rocks. What is this? I'm not getting any signature from it. Oh, it looks like a single rock. Grassland quasi-grazers. It's going to be so nice, like I said before, when there's loads of settlements. And you can fly over settlements and drop down land, see what's going on, see who needs help, see what's going on there, see what's available to buy and sell. Mabutu. Where are all these gems? Where, my friend, are the gems? Maybe we're in the wrong spot for gems. Every time I say Gypsy Queen, that song bounces through my noggin. There's a song called Gypsy Queen, is there? I do not know it. 2,480, little patch of 4. Little patch of Hadanite. Let's gobble it up. Little cluster of 4 nodes. Oh, look, ground cover! Ooh! We're in a whole new place. Now, this is where I would like to have a ground vehicle and just go adventuring about. Of course, does it? It will make a liar out of you. Look at this place! It's a long time since I've been somewhere that's got ground cover and plants, and obviously outside of Hurston and running bunkers and stuff. But in terms of a well, Pyro 4's not a moon, right? Is it safe here? It is. No helmet required here. Let's put it back on. You know, it's not dangerous, but it's not fantastic. Yeah, we took a bit of damage as we were coming through that gateway, hey, after we bounced off the side. Maybe I should go hunt some quasi grazers. Yeah, the air is breathable, but the pressure is too high. Alright, I don't think we'll be sacrificing any of these to the great earthworm beneath us. These all look perfectly fine. The first patch that we came across, and the only patch I think, on Magda, was in a terrible, terrible position. And I think we only ended up mining maybe 4 of the 12 nodes that were there or something, and the rest all fell through the ground and we abandoned the last 3. But this little patch of 4 looks good to me. Really can't wait for more random NPC encounters. I haven't been attacked by NPCs for the longest time. I don't even know if they're still in the game. I haven't had a quantum interdiction for who knows how long. Sleepy Slime, my friend. I love watching all my gems fall through the planet. Lucky Ignis has only ever had Hadonite for me, so there are always more gems. This is very true. That earthworm needs to be fed, man. Needs to be fed. This is how we keep it placated. This is how we keep it domiciled. Otherwise, it's gonna be rampaging. Rampaging. No one will be safe. Men, women, children, the elderly. When I was here, I would pass 8 patches of Hadnite before I found 1 patch of tin. Alright, well, we're gonna fly around. We're gonna see what's here. The pirates have gone back to Stanton. Look, I haven't had any issues out here in Pyro, except when I go to settlements. And when I was trying to do the phase 2 delivery missions, anytime I had a delivery mission to a settlement, we would get attacked. I am keen to try another one of the CFP outposts, retake the CFP outposts. Again, they're remote, locations where players are unlikely to be. And a little bit of pew pew would be nice. Is this Ignis, Sleepy Slime? Looks like Kirsten. No, we're on Pyro 4. We're on Pyro 4. Normally I'll go rock mining on Ignis, but Mobutu said that he'd seen a lot of Hadonite here when he was mining for tin in his prospector. And we were on our way to Ignis, and so I thought, look, we'll take a detour to Pyro 4. Come and check it out and see what's here. So we're going to have a bit of a fly around. Gypsy Queen reminds me of Emerson, Lake and Palmer's Carnival 9. The lyrics are to follow. Soon the Gypsy Queen in the glaze of Vaseline will perform on guillotine. What a scene. What a scene. The good old Gypsy Queen, hey? My beloved nomad. So far, although admittedly we haven't really done a great deal, the rock hasn't started falling through the tray on the back of the Nomad, which is good because I love mining in the Nomad. It's such a wonderful, wonderful ship. Well, you like the terrain here too, Mabutu? And it gets more lush further in. Well, I think we're in the desert at the moment, or the grassland. I think we saw some desert quasi-grazers and then some grassland quasi-grazers. So I'm sure the more we fly around, the more biomes we'll adventure through. But it is nice to be somewhere that actually has an environment. You know, I'm just so used to mining on moons that you know, I don't get any. There's no life. Have I tried the ROC DS? It's pretty cool. I haven't used the ROC DS for a while. It doesn't fit on the Nomad, unfortunately. But I do enjoy using the DS. I know that it gets you know, love, and it gets predominantly hate. And you know, I could rant, but I'm not going to. Yeah, I enjoy using the DS. It's nice. It's fun, actually. You know, driving around and then, you know, you're positioning the rock in the right position, and then getting out, climbing into the little laser turret. See, yeah, it is fun to use. And obviously, it's got much larger 3 SCU storage capacity in it, so you could just fill it up and be on your way. It is fun. It would be nice. I didn't say I was not gonna rant. It would be nice to see some larger nodes that only the DS is capable of breaking. Give it some actual purpose. That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying. We've ranted enough tonight. Oh boy, this song is giving me heavy Myst vibes. Did anyone play Myst in the 90s? It was like a puzzle game. What a fantastic game it was. P4 reminds you of a planet in Star Wars, Slime, that has those cocoon-looking homes, the little furry alien people. You talking about Jawas? I like how the clouds are super low, man. It's treacherous. Need an IFR license to fly here. The game was so annoying, it spawned a spoof. Pissed. It was such a challenging game, I really enjoyed it. It was so good. And these clouds are so low, it's crazy. Well, it's so far, it's certainly not comparable to Ignis. Because on Ignis we would have found another patch already. Look how dark that cloud is. It's actually obscuring the light on the ground. That's amazing. Lots of quasi-grazers around. Let's go have a look at these quasi-grazers, hey? Sorry, Mabutu, you thought you had a hot tip? Oh, look, there might be something here, Mabutu. There might be something here. Who knows? Trees! Trees. It's not often I go somewhere where there's trees. I thought I had a bigger scope than this. Where are those quasi-grazers, man? I landed quite a long way away. We might need to just get a bit closer, hey? Even at 1% audio, you could hear that, Slash. I'm sorry, mate. It took you a while, but you found what you were looking for, Sleepy Slime. The aliens were called Lerman. They looked like monkeys cross lemurs. Amazing.
Let's do this thing. Whoa!
Let's go. Let's do this thing. Let's get ourselves some cow eggs. Okay, play the animation. Hello, Space Cow. Give to me your eggs. Oh, they're getting riled up. They're getting riled up. Is he gonna go attack my ship? These cows don't need these eggs anyway, man. There's loads of these cows, man. They're everywhere. Are the eggs valuable, like in the US? I don't think they have any value at all. Well, very little that doesn't make farming them make any sense. I think they're worth a couple of AUEC per egg. But I couldn't be sure. I'm not honest. Well, I can't be sure what they're worth. I don't think they're worth a great deal. It would be interesting though, you know, like out of this herd, I guess it would be called, right, of quasi-grazers, how much all of these eggs would be worth. Not worth it at all, just slaughtering them for fun. See, that's the disappointing thing, right? You know, if there was some value to these, then, you know, being a, you know, what's going on with my mouse? Being an egg farmer. Now this would be fun, right? You know, get you a little bit of pew pew on. Collect some resources that are going to be useful for people. You know, maybe these will get used when we have crafting and all that sort of stuff. That's where their value will be in, you know, collecting these and selling them to crafters. Just trying to keep an eye out just in case, you know, I get rammed. What I need from cows and dogs will be able to load them up live and take them to my hangar to keep. Well, they have spoken about, you know, being a rancher and, you know, raising animals. Oh, shit! Oh, shit! Took a headbutt. We took a headbutt. See if we can get this other one over here with us. Or if he'll just run away. Maybe he'll come and attack us. We can harvest them all in one place. Oh, goodness. Oh, nothing. Phew. Adding a resource with no real value seems a waste of time. Maybe go for stability before omelets. Wonder also how much space these take up, right? You know, in your backpack. Maybe you might need to use the tractor beam to move these over, get those last ones on the underside. Stability is like the cake? It's a lie? What do you mean it's like the cake? What is the cake? The first thing that comes to my mind is a cake. The cake is a lie? More caffeine, my friend. How are you? I'm lost on that one. Hi, Zoe. We can't rotate these around? No, it doesn't look like it. More caffeine, how are you? Crouch hasn't played Portal. I have not. Switch to something that's a bit more close up, just in case we get ambushed or rammed. The stuff in those eggs probably has the texture of bread, pudding, and rubber. Can't rotate the quasi grazers, man. Found a bug. Found a bug. Over you go. Let's go hunt him down. It's massacre in the plains of Pyro 4. This herd is now extinct. How's it going? New viewer, new follower, out in the verse mining that ice. Oh, lovely. Well, we're supposed to be mining some gems. And we're here on Pyro 4, following Mobutu's advice that there was Hadonite to be found here. We were originally on our way to Ignis, which is where I do most of my Hadonite mining. But I thought we'd have a bit of a detour. Come and check out what Pyro 4 has. And then obviously we've been sidetracked again by sort of this expedition. Bye, cows. Thank you for the eggs. Yeah, given that they're everywhere, right? And I've never really culled a herd. And I don't think their eggs really have any value. I must say it is quite nice to be on an actual planet. Pyro 4 being a planet in the orbit of Pyro 5. With an actual environment and some trees and grassland and all that sort of stuff. Rather than the typical moons that are so frequently, are visited for the old rock mining. But thank you for joining us, More Caffeine. Thanks for ducking in. Thank you for being a new follower. Quasi-grazer bodies. And these clouds are super low. Alright, let's keep going. Let's see what we can find out here. 1,770 is not gems. Activate the Toby. A felsic deposit, hey? Into the clouds. Dangerous place to be. Especially when they're this close to the ground. God, I'm glad I put that air conditioner on. It was getting quite warm in here. But I think we might have to bounce out of here and we'll head over to Ignis. And go get ourselves some Hadonite. It has been a quite nice sojourn here to the Red Planet. $16,000 or 18,200 is not gems. Activate cruise control.
Acknowledged.
Clear navigation.
Understood, sir. Accessing Skylink and clearing route.
Disable the Toby. Deactivate the Toby. I'll do it myself. Set a course for Ignis.
The star map is being updated, sir.
Cannot soft death a ship with cargo stuck to the grid and get the cargo off. For science! Oh man, that sucks. You tried transporting live ones, Junkyard? They just despawn once you fly away a bit? Oh man. Yeah, maybe you hit a lucky patch, Mabutu. Maybe you hit a lucky patch.
Twitch is broadcasting a new follow-up.
Might be worth exploring around a little bit more.
Twisted Sinner is now following on Twitch. Welcome to After Dark.
Mr. Twisted Sinner. What a cool name. Thank you for the follow over there on Twitch. I appreciate you being here with me here at Crouch After Dark. That's me, I'm Crouch. I love this track. Deactivate cruise control.
Certainly, Commander.
Alright, let's go get ourselves a little bit of gemses. Activate cruise control.
Activating cruise control, sir.
Activating cruise control, sir.
Activating cruise control, sir.
You've just done it! Let's duck down into this little patch up here. All this dark stuff is not really a place that we'd like to be. That's all desert. And the concentrations of hadonite are less in the desert. You know what I need? I need to fix up. Let's jump in over here to my streameroo. We want to go here and we want to switch that. Yeah, perfect. Alright. I'll just get that camera fade out working. Because I'm hungry and I want to get some pizza, and I'm pretty sure no one wants to see me eat pizza. I'll be back in 1 second. What could possibly go wrong? We're cruising at 1100 meters a second. We've got quite some distance to go, but we all know what happens here at After Dark. Somebody warn me. No warning is necessary. You're relatively new to the mining loop, Caffeine. Looking forward to learning the ways of the hadonite. It's pretty simple, man. Ignis is covered in hadonite, so pretty much any gems that you find as we fly around, we're going to scan. Anything that's a multiple of 620 that shows up on our RS display, excuse me, is going to be a cluster of gems. And here on Ignis, it's pretty much just all hadonite, so we don't need to worry about, you know, flying over patches of Aphrodite or Dolovine, or it's pretty much all going to be hadonite. Don't bother, it's changing. Well, not for a while. We'll see when 4.1 drops. Having just said no one wants to see me eat pizza, here I am chewing and eating on screen. Such a beacon of positivity, Rhino. I'll definitely check it out now. Obviously, you know, with 4.1 coming in and some of the changes that they've been talking about, I don't think the mechanics will change a great deal. I don't know, we'll see. But obviously the mining changes will be introduce new minerals and stuff like that. And then you're obviously when 4.1 comes at some stage, maybe in April at some stage, who knows, we might need to relearn things, which will be exciting. Let's get out of quantum mode. Scanning. Let's deactivate our cruise control. You think 4.1 is going to be at the end of the month? Alright, let's go. We need to get into that lovely orange area. 19,470. That's a little bit too large to be gemses. I mean, for example, a patch of 14 nodes is 8,680. So really anything, you know, north of that sort of figure is unlikely to be gems. It's rare to find patches that big. So you can see that little number that's above the rosette here. That's the number I'm looking at. And again, I'm looking for multiples of 620. And anything that's sort of over, certainly over 10,000, you can just immediately ignore. My list only goes up to 14 gems, 14 nodes. I reckon this is the longest I ever have to fly in Ignis before I find gems. And we're just flying in scanning mode. Just letting off a ping every couple of seconds. Looking for anything that pops up. Man, this retuned ship shake is crazy. We're still very much in the desert. $1,950. 16,110. Balrogs, how are you, my friend? Hello, fellow rock miner. 3,100. Patch of 5. We'll get them. We're here. That's what we're here for. What's that little patch out there? 620. A single node sitting out there. Maybe that could be Starstream's fabled bloodstone. I don't specifically like where these gems are. Could be alright. Let's grab them. How are you, Balrogs? Joining us on YouTube. Hope you've had a wonderful day, or are about to have a wonderful day. Oh, we need to do a little bit of a quick switcheroo here. It's a bit of a bummer that I've got so many things in my backpack. Again, the Nomad not having any accessible storage at the moment is a little frustrating. Okay, let's just climb in. You're doing well. I had to take it back from cargo hauling because the Atlas keeps killing you. I haven't really used the Atlas very much, but I've heard that the Atlas can kill people, but I've never been killed in it. But then again, like I said, I've never done a huge amount of activity in the Atlas. Hello? Why is the mouse not working? Oh, because the Toby's on. Alright. Wait for it to scan the gem. Dial up our laser to 100%. Wait until it hits that green optimal window. Dial it back so it doesn't bust through it and wait. Super enthralling, super involved gameplay. Nuanced to a T. But super, super chill. I think maybe before I wrap up tonight, I'll try one more of the CFP, retake the CFP outposts. I don't think we've got a huge amount of ammo, but we'll try. We did use a lot of it, killing those cows. Metaphysical, you can have another crack at buying some copper. And the supply of dye is crazy. Switch to extraction mode. Wave our mouse around for a little while. Gobble up our sweet, sweet gemses. On to the next one. Yeah, I think I'd like to try another one of those CFP missions. A little bit of pew pew, shooty shooty before we finish up. And if everything works well, they can be, you know, really challenging. You hate cows more than you hate coppers? Oh, father, we're up, though. It was a good show, man. It was a good show. I need to find me some good TV episode, you know, series to watch again. Something old would be sweet. You know what I should sit down and watch again? LOLO. That was so much fun. LOLO and Hogan's Heroes, man, when I was growing up were two of my staples, man. And I'd finish school, you know, I'd come home, I'd go past the shops, I'd pick up a 1 litre tub of typically mango flavoured yogurt, and then I'd watch Hogan's Heroes. There was usually 2 episodes on back to back, 1 hour of Hogan's Heroes. And then I'd catch up with my friends, Aljon and Big Mal. And we'd go past McDonald's, get 2 Big Macs, and then right up on our pushies, up to the ANU, Australian National University in Canberra. They had a really nice rock climbing wall in their basketball gymnasium. And we'd go rock climbing for 4 or 5 hours. And then we'd jump back on our pushies and ride back past McDonald's, buy 2 more Big Macs, and then head home. And I did that every day for a year. Pretty much every day for a year. Now, Al's dad had a milk delivery business at that stage. This was back when you could get milk delivered in glass bottles, and they had the little foil top, and you'd peel the foil top off, and it had like the layer of cream on the top. That was so much fun, man, jumping off that truck. You know, he'd be slowly cruising along and you'd fill up from the back of the truck, you know, whatever milk that customer had ordered, and in your little baskets, or sometimes you'd just be holding 4 or 5 milk bottles in each hand, and you'd jump off the back of the truck and you'd run and deliver the milk. And one day, you know, we were standing, like, the back of the truck had like a platform on it, right? Just a ledge, and you'd stand on the back of that and you'd get the milk and you'd put it into your crates and stuff. And one day I had my hands full, right? And the truck was slowing down. I was getting ready to jump off, and all of a sudden he sped up and kept going, and I fell off the back of the truck, and I had 5 milk bottles in each hand, and all smashed up between your fingers and stuff, and fell off the back of the truck and did like this crazy roll in the middle of the street and didn't smash a single bottle. I was so happy with myself, and they were like, fuck, oh my god, what happened? Oh, you could have died, oh, I'm so sorry. And I was like, man, that was the best thing that fucking happened. It was so good. And then once I got chased by this massive fucking dog, and they'd warned me, like, you know, this place has a crazy dog. If the gates open, don't even try and deliver the milk. Even if you can see the dog, if the gates open, just don't go anywhere near the house. And if the gate's closed, don't go anywhere near the house. And so I was like, all right, no worries. So, you know, the truck had stopped on the street, and then there was like a reserve as about 100 meters wide, and there was a creek that went through the middle of it and a bridge. So, oh crap. So I got off the truck, you know, ran across the reserve, went across the bridge, went up to the house, and it was up on had to go up some stairs. It was like an elevated house on the side of a hill, and the gate was open, and so I was like, all right, fine. Went through the gate, ran up the stairs, and as I got onto the porch, I noticed the dog was sitting there, and I was like, oh fuck! So I quickly put the milk bottles down, and then the dog like stood up and started barking, and I was like, all right, I'm out, dude. I'm leaving, man. I've done my job. I'm going. And then all of a sudden, I just hear these guys yelling, "Run! Run!" And I'm like, fuck! And so I started running, and that's when the dog really kicked off. And that fucking thing chased me. I swear to God, if I was an Olympic long jumper, I would have smashed every record. I just jumped over that creek, man. The bridge, I couldn't be fucked going over to the side and then going across the bridge. I just ran straight across the reserve. This dog is barking and chasing me. I jumped over this creek and kept on running. And as I looked back, the dog had stopped on the other side of the creek. And I jumped onto the truck, and they were like, fucking hell, man, we hate that customer. And, so much fun. Yeah, I had a great time there. Living in Canberra for a couple of years with my old man. Childhood. When you really don't have anything to worry about, right? Except going to school and then having fun with your friends afterwards. And Aljon's brother, I can't remember what his name is. He was a couple of years older than us. He worked at an Asian buffet sort of place. And we went there once to go catch up with him, and a massive fight broke out in the kitchen between some of the Vietnamese and Chinese chefs. So I don't know. There was a massive fight, and then it spilled out of the kitchen out into the back, and it was like crazy, proper, like, just imagine a whole bunch of small crazy Asians with fucking big chopping knives and stuff. It was like a proper fight, man. Someone's hand got cut off with a massive cleaver. It was intense, man. That was crazy. There was an Asian grocery store quite close to that restaurant, and I can't remember the name of the store, but they sold these sweets called White Rabbits. They were like a chewy sweet, and all of our white friends wanted those White Rabbits, but they were too afraid to go into the Asian grocery store because, like, we're not allowed in there, man. We're not Asians. They won't sell them to us, and we're like, dude, it's a fucking store, man. You've got to remember, when I grew up in Australia, you got to put in context that Australia still hadn't, until 1972, fully abolished its White Australia laws. So, to come to Australia before then was very, very difficult. So my dad came to Australia from India in 1976, a couple of years after the White Australia policy had been totally abolished. So when I went to school, there wasn't a huge amount of peoples of colour. And so all these kids at school were like, oh man, Viv, can you go get us some White Rabbits? And I'm like, dude, just fucking go into the store and get them yourself. And they're like, they won't let us in there. And I'm like, dude, it's a shop, man. They sell shit so people can come in there and buy it. And so, that was one of the crazy things I remember, having to go down to that shop. But it wasn't far from the school. And go in and buy fucking packets of White Rabbits for people. Oh my God. The first scan, 15 had a night, win. Nice work, Barrogs. That's 15 had a night. That's a good cluster. That's a good cluster. What is the box doing down there, man? Now, of course, Australia is a very, very different place. Very, very different place. In you go! Like when I was at primary school, there was me and another guy, Ross Downard. He was of Malaysian descent, at least his mother was. With only 2 kids in our school of 300 students or whatever. of color. Single gem. Let's keep going. Nice little patch. Alright, let's see what we've got out here. 1,950. The answer to that is not gems. I don't really like being in the mountains like this. We need to find ourselves a nice plane. We put on some cruise control and we just cruise until we get to a point where the land flattens out and, you know, we've got a nice tannish surface. Not the dark surface. The tannish surface, that's what we're looking for. Actually, what we should be doing is let's find ourselves the sun. Where are the shadows pointing? The sun's over here. Oh no, that's bad news! Don't do it! Don't do it! Sun's over here. Activate cruise control.
Activating cruise control, sir.
Might as well head towards the sun. At least that way we've got a point of reference in terms of our direction. So we're not flying over the same old ground. Until we can find some flatness. I don't think... I remember seeing some note somewhere saying that the camera shake had been retuned. I don't know if we can turn it off. I do remember there being some sort of toggle for it. I'm surprised we haven't crashed yet. Oh, because we have a positive pitch. Alright, this is some ground down here that we might be interested in having a bit of a skim over. Okay.
Serenity Voice is now following on Twitch. Welcome to After Dark.
Siren the Voice. How are you, my friend? Welcome. Thank you for the follow on the old Twitcheroo. Alright, let's see what's down here in this valley. 5,580. Look at that. What does it say on my little cheat sheet over here? It is a patch of 9 gems. 9 nodes, I should say, to be more accurate. And as is always the case here on good old Ignis, it is going to be Hadonite. Drop down here. Perfect. Let's grab ourselves some more gems. I'm going to just jab myself with this real quick. After we got head-butted by that cow. And plus I'd already taken some damage from the previous expedition last week. So I think what we might do is we might gobble up this patch and then I might have a look and see if we go do one of these CFP missions just to wrap things up. But it's exciting, the changes that are coming. However they manifest themselves to us upon their arrival. As I've said many times, as long as there's, you know, slow, continuous improvement, things are, you know, being added, tweaked, changed, manipulated, modified. Again, we like to avoid the word nerfed here at After Dark. For all my ranting and carrying on, I do try to maintain, you know, some level of positivity. Because at the end of the day, you know, what can we really do? You know, we can get involved in discussions and voice our opinions and our concerns and our desires, and, you know. But at the end of the day, it's not my game. It's not our game. All we can do is choose to play or not play whatever Chris Roberts wants to create. Well, I'm not 100% sure he knows. I guess that's part of the journey. Let's go. Alright. Nice and quick and easy. We have 400 and let's say 65 gems in the hopper. Maybe we'll fill up the rock. Let's fill up the rock. Then I'll go and sell the gemses. And to do that, I'd like to go back to Stanton. And then if we want to do a CFP mission, we kind of need to come back here. Maybe we'll fill up the rock. We'll go stash it at Gaslight.
Twitch is broadcasting a
We'll
new
pick up
follow-on
another
feature.
ship that's more appropriate for
Balrog is now following on
an
Twitch.
expedition.
Welcome to After Dark.
Balrogs. It's multi-streaming on Twitch and YouTube. It's out of control. The lavishness. The luxury. If you got the Cutlass Black has a built-in tractor beam now, Junkyard. Yeah, I never used the tractor beams. I never. Well, again, I'm not doing a huge amount of hauling at the moment, so. Because the Nomad has one. So does the Zeus. Let's get that up into the optimal window. The optimal window is huge. It'll be interesting to see what happens with 4.1 and the changes in terms of mining and, actually bringing in, modifiers for the resistance and the instability. I wonder what change is going to be made to the optimal window. Because right now it's just crazy. Star Citizen is Chris's baby. Oh, did they go through? Did we feed the earthworm? That's very true. It's, being a storyteller, I suppose. Squadron 42 is his baby. The Persistent Universe, Star Citizen is a bonus. This is very true. This is very true. That's where you really get to tell a story, right? In those sorts of games. Playing through the story. Next year, 2026, right? Let's see what happens. Let's see what happens. Will I finally get my hardcover book of the making of Star Citizen? I think that's what it says, right? It says Star Citizen. Let's have a real quick look, right? Boy. Let me have a quick look. I don't hold out much hope. Oh god, are you gonna ask me to confirm my details and stuff and send me some sort of code or something? No, we're in. We're in. My start. It's changed. Count my hangar. The website has changed. All right, so let's have a look. Let's go all the way back to standalone ship. No, to game packages. All right. Here we go. 2943 Rear Admiral LTI. So it also contains a deluxe silver collector's box. I don't hold out much hope for getting that. A spaceship shaped USB drive. I'm not sure I'm going to get that. A CD of the game soundtrack. Well, I don't even have a CD drive to put that in. A glossy fold up star map. 5 spaceship blueprints, a 3-inch model of spaceship, a hardback making of Star Citizen. It is called Star Citizen. Legacy Alpha, Star Citizen, a digital Star Citizen manual, and a Star Citizen digital download and a Squadron 42 digital download. Am I going to get my hardback making of Star Citizen? I do not think so. Perched Cat, how are you, my friend? Hi. Oh, man. Let's go. Let's go. Next. $535 gems on board. So maybe this patch, and then I guess if we find another big patch, we'll be able to fill up the ROC. I mean, obviously we do have the storage box with us. We can just empty these gems into the box and, you know, just keep going. But, you know, I'm keen. I mean, March will disappear before I know what's going on. I would like to finish Chapter 2 of the, was it Revive Pyro or whatever, the chapter was before Supplier Die. Excuse me. Thank you for joining us, by the way, Perched Cat in the chat over there on Twitch. I hope you had a wonderful day, or you're about to have a wonderful day, or your evening is going wonderfully well. I say it every stream, and I really do mean it. I really am so fortunate and blessed and lucky to have, you know, a group of people here watching, commenting, you know, talking about the game. And the fact that you've chosen to spend some of your time with me here at After Dark is a privilege. And I really do appreciate it. So thank you so much for choosing to spend some of that time with me. Thank you for the follows. Thank you to Chewy Num Nums earlier on for resubscribing. It is tier 1. It really is a massive privilege, so thank you very much. Let's bust up the rest of these gems. I don't know if I'm going to fill the hopper. I'm not sure at this stage. I really can be bothered. I want to go do this CFP mission and shoot some people and see if I can tick off at least one, because we tried last weekend to get a whole bunch of these missions done for Phase 2 of Chapter 2 of the current event, and we weren't, unfortunately, able to complete any of them. The freight hauling missions were fraught with danger, and we were unceremoniously dismissed from existence at each of the locations that we had to try and deliver materials to. So we switched to flying from hangar to hangar rather than from collection point to outpost, and managed to get a few of those done. Now we're up to Phase 2. We're going to do a little bit of fighting. Fight! And sadly, last weekend, that it didn't really go according to expectations or to plan, given that, we weren't able to track down. I think in the first mission that we did, one of the guys was trapped in the floor, and, I couldn't really shoot him with the gun, so, we approached him and then knocked him out, and then when we knocked him out, he fell through the ground, and didn't die, and so that mission was incompletable because we couldn't kill the last guy. And then in the second one we tried, we couldn't find, I think we were probably down to 2 or 3 guys. I think we were at 6% enemies left, and there just wasn't anyone anywhere. I mean, we ran all over that outpost and we just couldn't find anybody. So we'll see how we go in terms of being able to get one of those completed tonight. Because if I can get one done, then I don't think, how far along are we? Well, we don't even have it in our journal. That's not a good sign. So obviously we haven't finished any of Phase 2. But I would like to get it done. Then we'll tackle the monstrous Supplier Die missions that we need to complete. Those I'm pretty sure we're going to have to get a group together. Just to be able to get them done in any sort of reasonable time frame. It would be super cool to like mine and refine the resources rather than, you know, buying them up and, you know, lining up in queues and server hopping and all that sort of stuff, but that's going to take a lot of time, right? Not just to do the mining, but then also to refine it. I don't know what my strategy is yet. $637 gems in the hopper. We'll add another 30 here. Oh, we're so close to filling it up. So close to filling it up. More pizza. Uber Smith, my friend, how are you? I did the first half with just mining. It was fun to have something to work towards. Yeah, 100%. Then my second half of a C2 load of mining jobs got bugged and stuck to the cargo grid. Yeah, that's what Metaphysical was talking about just before. This killed it for me and I switched to trying to do salvage to finish it. That's what Metaphysical was just talking about earlier on in the chat, that, you know, he's been having this problem where, you know, his cargo is getting stuck to the grid, which is obviously a massive pain in the butt. You refuse to stand in lines at the terminals. Yeah. Alright, according to the Hopper Gremlin, we have 680, still counting. He's busy doing his job. Oh, he's eating some of them. He's eating some of the gems. It's dropped down to 510. I think he got up to 680 something, and then he was like, no, I'm going to gobble up some of these gems. I'm hungry. That Hopper Gremlin. Can't count at the best of times. I swear he's drunk most of the time. And the fact that we have a whole bunch of stuff in our backpack is limiting the maximum storage capacity for transferring all the gems into this box. Alright. Steering wheels on the ROC stopped working. Have to take load to the station to sell. Do you have a head tracker on? Oh, the steering wheels on the ROC stopped working. Oh, man. I know that sometimes when I've got my Toby active, it can interfere with the ROC. Alright, we're going to get out of here. We'll boost off into atmosphere. We'll activate cruise control.
Acknowledged.
We'll boot out into space. I'm going to take a quick bio break. And then we'll come back and we'll do one of these CFP missions. He's so crazy, this game. I think the gridlock was caused in my case because when I stored the C2, I left the hangar before it was fully stored, thus triggering the auto store. There is an issue council report on it, but since I'm not sure, it worries me to put in the time mining just to lose it. Yeah, it's frustrating. Alright, I'll be back in a bit. I've heard quite a few people with the problem. Yeah. That's a bummer. Alrighty. Oh, we're back. Oh man, it's so cold in this room. Oh, that air conditioner is crazy. Hope they change it someday to push jobs to the warehouse instead of to ships. Yeah, 100%. Yeah, we just was talking about that at the beginning of the stream. At the beginning when we were, I've got a job in the refinery that I was like, oh, I'd love to move this to my warehouse. But the answer was no. Set a course for Gaslight.
Acknowledged.
Yeah, it'd be super nice to be able to send jobs from the refinery. In my view, it's a little bit of an oversight when they put in the freight elevators in the warehousing to not be able to, move jobs from the refineries to your warehouse. Bit of an oversight, at least in my opinion. Because I didn't have, for example, a ship at that location to put the freight into, and I didn't really want to put it in a ship. I just wanted to move it out of the refinery into my warehouse. And so right now, obviously, the workaround being move it to a ship and then unload the ship into the warehouse, which is frustrating. All right, so we're going to duck into Gaslight. We'll go drop off this ship. We'll empty the rock. We'll put the gems into the box. We'll stash the box up here at Gaslight. And then we'll equip ourselves for a little bit of combat, and then we'll wrap up with hopefully being able to complete one of these CFP missions. And depending on how it goes, maybe 2. We're going to do 6, right? The ship-based ones just haven't really worked for some reason. I don't know. I haven't tested it today. But when we were playing last weekend, I wasn't able to use my weapons in combat properly for whatever weird reason. Who knows what was going on there. Contact landing services.
Contact submitted. Stand by for contact.
And so we're really just left with the FPS ones. Which I don't mind. I kind of enjoy the FPS. Oh, shit! Totally mistimed that. Lucky. Lucky. Wow, that was super close. We could have lost it all. All the gems and the hard work that we've done in the evening. We could have lost it all. Walked away with nothing, but we luckily saved it at the last minute. That was a classic. That was a classic crouch landing, that one. Yank that out of there. Nope, we can't yank it out of there. No, situation no good. The rocket's taken a bit of damage now. Deploy? Oh, what? Oh, hang on. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. So I don't even need to put them in the box now, right? I think we need to unlock the ports. I don't think I even need to put them in the box. I don't know if the ports are unlocked. Not getting a message. Oh God! Okay, so maybe we'll try that again. Just right Alt and K. I just want to quickly check our keybinds. Cockpit. Right Alt and K to port. Yep, okay. Let's see what happens now. Yes, sir. Take that off. Take this over to our warehouse. Oh, I'm happy to do a hopper at a time. I'm happy to do a hopper at a time. Does anyone know, can you buy new hoppers? Can you buy like additional hoppers? Are they in the game at the moment? Alright, so if we put this back on here, open this up. There are our gems. Okay, well let's move our gems in there. I guess we don't need to worry about any of this stuff. Can you put the DS bag into a box and then sell the box in a box? Oh god. I don't think so. Only thing I've seen people do is take the hopper off and then claim the ROC, so duping. Yeah, well that's what I was just thinking. The only thing that I can think of at the moment, if they're not available, is to just rip them off, store it, trash the ROC, claim a new one, and just build up a supply of bags. Never forget. So bad. Oh man, I was cringing. I was screaming at my screen. No, Tomato, don't do it! Right. So we got that box in there. Let's send that bag back down. Again, it's these sorts of oversights when they're developing features that, you know, okay, so we can remove this bag now, but don't you think people are going to want to be able to replace that bag with something? So why, it doesn't make sense. Why wouldn't you make the bags available to buy? It doesn't make any sense to me. Okay, so I want to go quickly rearm. Let's go to the lobby. We'll see if we can stock up on our P4 and P8 ammo. Let's just have a look whereabouts we are at the moment. So let's stash this. Let's re-equip the P4. So we've got enough P8 ammo, that's fine. But we want to grab some more Quasi Grazer eggs. Oh, I wonder where we can sell those. Maybe the admin. Let's go see how much they're going to buy our Quasi Grazer eggs for. No. No demand for Quasi Grazer eggs here. Ship weapons, hey? Guns! Oh, it's a bit glitchy. P4. Let's buy a bunch of this. Insufficient inventory error. So they've got 9 magazines left, hey? Okay, so we bought the last 9 magazines. Well, that was lucky. Where does all this stuff come from? Who knows? Alright, let's gobble ourselves up a beverage. We'll look for a mission. And finish up with a little bit of pew pew. Contribute to the waste problem. I must organise another episode of The Life Uncharted. I think it's going to have an auto-stored ship, right? ROC is still there. Interesting. Oh, I can claim the ROC even though it's on the pad. Amazing. Okay, so I wonder if we get a ship out right now, what's going to happen to the ROC? Are we going to end up in all sorts of funny situations? Let's try and retrieve the Nomad. We'll see what happens, hey? Oh man, not being able to buy those bags is crazy. You got some copper from Port Tressler Metaphysical? Took a while, but now you have enough to finish tier 3 mission points. Tier 3, are you talking about the large ones? Oi boy! Out of resources, large resupply. 334 SCU of copper and 334 SCU of corundum. It'd be nice to be able to filter this list for Citizens of Prosperity, or Citizens for Prosperity, or Headhunters, depending on your allegiance, obviously me being Citizens for Prosperity. Oh no, I'm doing it by small missions. Tier 3 is Paints for the Prospect of Vulture and Fortune. Oh, very good. Very good. Oh man. So it's brought the ROC back up, and it's put the box back on the Nomad. Interesting. I guess we can stash that box here, hey? Oh, stuff that I can't be bothered switching weapons. It's not like the boxes are hard to come by and we can buy more of them here at Gaslight. Oh my word! What's going on? Alright, let's see if we can finish one of these. A. Phase 2. Retake the CFP outpost. Okay. A remote outpost near Jackson's Swamp. Let's try it. Let's see how we go tonight. Are we going to fight this battle in the dark? Of course we are. Why would they give me a mission in the daylight? It never happens. Hotkey's not working. Let's use our Mobiglass, Gaslight. What's going on? And you know the worst thing about tonight? Is because the Crumpet is here, the Crumpet being our good friend Becky's daughter, she's sleeping in our bed with my wife. And we currently don't have a spare room at the moment because my wife's cousin's staying with us. And so my options are sleep on the couch, climb into bed with the ninja, or I go and sleep in Artax. I'm kind of tempted to go and sleep in Artax. Clear navigation.
Yes, Commander. Navigation cleared.
And for anyone who doesn't know, Artax is my self-converted camper van. I forgot to refuel. Oh, at least we can make it to insufficient fuel! Let's head back to Gaslight. We'll quickly refuel. Phew! The night time is the right time. Oh man. I guess for a raid on a remote outpost, you kind of do want it to be nighttime. But, you know, from a game perspective, I'd kind of prefer for it to be daylight. Because it doesn't really matter, at least as far as I've noticed, whether it's night or not. If the NPCs are on, then they're on. It doesn't matter if it's night or not, they can still see you. They can still find you. And they can still make life difficult for you. Well, that's a tricky situation. Let's head on down in here. We'll refuel. Might as well do a quick repair while we're here too. I think we need some repairs. Lovely. Oh no, Metaphysical, what's happened now? Your helmet disappeared, and even though I was on my ship, I died. Oh dear Lord. This game, I swear to God, sometimes, man, it can just really be too much. I took a mission and got to the bunker and all the NPCs couldn't take damage. They'd drop when I shot them and get back up. Oh, why do we do it? Why do we do it? I don't know why, man. Off to Monarchs. There's a part of me, having played Star Citizen so much for so long, well, not so long, a couple of years, I'm like, why don't I just wait, man, until the game is finished and released, and then go, okay, let's check it out again. There's got to be something, I don't know if narcissistic or masochistic is the right word. I don't know which one is the right word. I know it's one of them. You take your pick and tell me which one's the right one. About playing this game. Because it can be the most frustrating experience. Just trying to do the simplest of things. Anything that's mission based is just always seems to have issues. If you go out and do salvage, no problems. If you go out and go rock mining, no problems. If you go out and go prospecting, no problems. New objective, clear remote outpost. Okay. I thought that was going to be a completion message saying, mission complete. So what? Somebody's there killing everybody off. But on the flip side of that, when everything works and you have one of those sessions where you play for hours and hours and hours and everything is great, it can be the most amazing experience. And I guess that's the thing, right? You know, that's why we keep coming back, because like maybe tonight's the night when everything's going to be great. Okay. No fuel? Ladies and gentlemen, it has been an absolute pleasure hanging out with you tonight. Thank you so much for choosing to spend some of your time with me here. This must be one of those crossing a mesh boundary or something issues, because we all saw, I refueled, we checked, we waited. The latest big changes with the cargo empires and all these missions involving cargo, I find it hilarious that the latest one is where cargo perma sticks to the grid and can't be recovered even by exploding the ship. It just lost 600 SCU of gold and 20 SCU of corundum. Yeah, it's like that, right? For everything they put into the game, there's got to be something about that just doesn't work properly. Boy, it's been an absolutely wonderful adventure tonight. We got a little bit of rock mining done. We made a little bit of cash in the beginning. And immediately, mined those gems and sold them off. Got ourselves a bit of cash. We have stashed a bunch of gems up at Jackson's, up at Gaslight. But I'm going to call it there. It's been an absolute pleasure. I'm going to queue up a raid here on Twitch to see where I can send people. Let's have a look. I'll send you over to Daily Noob. Have a good one. Thanks, Uber Smith. You too, mate. 07 slash. Just because you have the points. You should be saving those points up for the next episode of A Life Uncharted with everyone's favourite bogan, the Ginger King, Mr. Argo Hurston. I'm going to queue up this raid for the Daily Noob. I don't know what he's up to. He's given away a Super Hornet Mark II giveaway, ISC and stuff. Looks like he's currently in the game. So I'll send you over to the Daily Noob. Have a pleasant evening. I will catch you more on the weekend. And until then, take care. Thanks for chilling out with me. It's been an absolute pleasure. 07s. And I'll see you next time. Ciao. Why did that button not work? I gotta click this one. Button.